Good morning, all. This is your host, NCommander, and we have some interesting developments. Actually, that's the wrong view. All right, there's my desktop. So, for those who tuned in on the last stream, and let me lower my speakers so I'm not being blasted by the background music. We were working on the 486 Linux project, and let me show you where this left off because, oh man, I don't even know where to start on this. Because what I've learned is that apparently streaming Factorio makes things change in my system. So this was where we left it off last time, and let me put the Linux floppy disk in. Wait for it. We get the syslinux boot message. It'll start loading. Oh, audio is clipping a bit. Is that better? Hey, I'm Scott. I'm tired. I don't know if it was fireworks, but I woke up at 3 a.m. and I couldn't get back to sleep, so I'm running on 6 hours of sleep and Red Bull. I've already downed 2, and I might have to take a third one because I am tired. Okay, still clipping. Did something come here in the middle of the night and change all my settings? Well, nah. Alright, so loading. So, when we tried booting with syslinux, it would fail here with booting kernel failed invalid argument. When we would try and use loadlin, it would get a little farther. So let me reboot. Mostly because this is just going to be a summary of basically where we left off last time. Wait for it to boot. Okay. So we do. Come on, come on. You know, I know it's a 486. I should be more patient. Okay. So loadlin be bz image. And after forever and a day. Yep, there it goes. Yeah, I might actually take a third one. I did some work on the Unix v6 video when I got up, but my energy was basically collapsing around me. We spent a bunch of time debugging this on Discord, and we did find one legitimate bug, but I also got reports that it worked on real hardware, which suggested that we were looking at an emulation glitch. So this is still loading. And you notice that it immediately restarted. In the log file for 86box, it's triple faulting and saying that there's an invalid instruction. So, between the streams, or more specifically this morning, I set up an entire build environment for 86box. I didn't do this on camera because I had to set up msystem2, mingw, and mess with the system path. So, I got the build all working, so let me hit run with debug, and it'll attach GDB. It's also going to run much slower just because this is an unoptimized build. Well, that's exactly what I intended to do, was hook up a debugger to 86box. And I'm just going to take my hand off the mouse. I'm going to let this do its thing. So now we get syslinux. This is a different BIOS. I don't have the settings one-to-one the same. So I know what's causing the syslinux failure originally. It is, as I suspected, it's a bug in the memory detection code, and we are going to try and patch that today. But the bigger issue is what happens when it actually boots. Let's see here. Do I have the widgets in the wrong place? Oh, I do have the. I didn't fix that. Oops. All right. Let me move myself down here, just so I'm out of the way, and I will, since we got a little time to kill while this loads up. Okay. Alright, decompressing Linux. So you can see the early print K stuff that we did last time. That's showing up on VGA. It would also come out on Serial if I still had a Serial terminal hooked up. It's decompressing Linux. And if you're on Mastodon and follow me, you'll already know how this story ends, because that's the Linux kernel booting up. I was expecting to spend most of today debugging 86box, but apparently the bug has already been fixed in the latest Git release. Yeah, and I end up at a shell. Switch to the right window. That's Linux running on 486. You know, when your content involves pain and suffering, when you don't have problems, it's annoying. I should probably be happy I don't have to debug this one, but the fact that it happened drove me up a wall. I have wanted to test this on real hardware, but I can't find my USB floppy drive anywhere. I actually ordered another one, which means I'll probably find my main one sometime the next day or two. So, this is going well. So, what it looks like happened is, we know that it was enhanced 486 and Citrix CPUs worked. It was just the 486DX configuration. That being said, there is an actual bug with syslinux. It probably won't work on a 486SX, although, you know what, I'll just try it, just because we might as well find out if it will or will not work. Okay, 486SX at 16 megahertz. Oh boy. How many minutes is this going to take to boot up? So I think today is going to be looking at that syslinux bug and then figuring out where to go from here. So let's see. I believe Linux needs a DX processor, but maybe we can get away with it because floating point, but we'll see. Rod Matric, it automatically the magic gremlins came in the middle of the night and already fixed my issues. Yeah, so this is the it is the latest Git one. Alright, so it's still loading. I'm actually, like, I don't actually know what it'll do on SX. I'm assuming it's going to just stop loading at some point, but I don't even know if the kernel still has a floating FPU emulator. Like, the Pentium, the 586 Pentium built it right, was the first one that had FPU, and that's been a standard feature for a very long time. Yep. This kernel requires the following CPU features not present on your CPU. FPU, unable to boot, please use a appropriate message. That has got to be a rare boot message. That has got to be a rare boot message. So, I want to look at that memory bug, so let's go back to 486DX. And I grabbed a copy of the floppy version, because this is a debug build, it's very slow. Sometime today. I want to see what memory detection method this is using, because Memtest will print that out, because if there is an actual bug in syslinux, we will fix that. Okay, this is a different version than what I usually use. So I just grabbed it right at the start because I couldn't find my disk image. It triple faulted. Oh, wait. Hold on. I remember now that there are problems with later Memtest versions on the 486. I ran into this on the cursed 486. And we're boot looping. All right. Let me go onto the file onto the NAS. I should have a copy of Memtest that will run on this thing. Let me see if I can find it, because I have used it on numerous machines. Let's see here. I've got my DAWs 6 images. I don't think I have Memtest on there. I think I need to grab one of the freestanding versions and just put it on the disk. Memtest 2.0 exe. Alright, and you, I'm going to just put in the BIOS so you stop boot looping. Alright, let's find the copy of Memtest that I can run on a 486. So 86 box, Memtest 86. I would have grabbed this before the stream, but like I said, I got a late start and more than a little tired. Let's see here. I know I have it. What is it? MTEX. Alright, well, I'm going to... We can skip that for now. Actually, I do wonder if the Linux kernel will print it out. But I guess what we will end up doing today is we're just going to continue development on this. Like I said, I was hoping for a debugging stream, and it didn't happen, so I apologize. 76 viewers, not bad. Considering it's a midweek stream. Alright, so with that being said, let's look at what I'm using on the other copy of 86box and see if that syslinux bug still occurs. So 86box manager, configure. So this is the old one. And at some point, there we go. So I am using 486 DX50, the contract green B configuration. Okay. So let's try that here and see if the same problem reemerges. Because if it's all CPU bugs, then so be it. All right, hook up the debugger. We can look at the Git history and see if we can figure out what actually changed, because it's probably noted somewhere in the 86box development log. Okay. All right. Settings. So the system I chose, here we go, green B, and let's just go with 50 megahertz so we're not waiting forever. All right, restart. Floppy Linux. Let's see if syslinux dies, because now this is the same BIOS. All right, it's going to complain about this, no, it's not. We don't care about hard drives, at least not right now. Right to CMOS. We have version 6. It's the most recent stable, 6.4, I believe. Alright, so if this dies with invalid argument, then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to patch syslinux. So loading BZ image, which we know, it shouldn't be, it would be faster, but like I said, I want to basically keep this on minimum requirements, although our minimum requirement's like 32 megabytes of RAM. So, essentially, I want it to basically run on anything as long as it has enough memory. You could technically set up a paging file on a hard drive and let it start that way. So loading rootfs.ram. The drive is spinning away. Okay, so this bug still exists. And we did find the underlying cause of it. So let's get into a terminal, open folder. Let's see here. Home. Syslinux. And it's here in BIOS, if I remember correctly. We might, I'm probably going to have to search for it. Selection, edit, find in files. We are looking for E820 because it's in the same, it's roughly in the same area. E820. Here we go. BIOS scan memory. So it tries to do an E820 call. And then if it can't do an E820, it tries to use E801. And if that fails, it comes all the way down here and uses the failsafe method int15ah88 88h. The bug, from what we can tell, is it's looking at the wrong register on the return, because we see the callback. It's looking for the response in ECX. So if we look up the Ralph Brown interrupt list, which is basically, so let's see here, Ralph Brown interrupt list. pulled this up. That is not what I'm looking for. Where is the online copy of that? Oh, here it is. Interrupt jump table. So we're looking for int 15, 88.8, or is it 88H? Yeah, get extended memory size. So this is the absolute failback. So it returns. So clear successful, AX, continuous number of kilobytes starting at base address. So yeah, so syslinux is looking at the wrong register to determine if it can successfully boot. So we need to patch syslinux. The joys. So let's start by going to our floppy Linux folder. And let's go to our make file. So let's find the current upstream source code for syslinux. Actually, before we do that, let's just try patching the bug directly, and then we'll make it reproducible. So let me make this terminal nice and big so we can see it. Because I did actually end up rebuilding syslinux on the last stream. So we go to BIOS. Which file was that in? Core BIOS. There we go. So bios.c, 88.h. So let's replace the callback here from C. Like, I wonder if this is the error register. Like, let me make sure I understand how this callback function actually works before I start monkeying with code. So BIOS. So callback. And I did add the necessary, let's see, go to definition. That's not what I was looking for. Oh, it's a callback function. Well, yeah, obviously it's a callback function. Can we find this declaration? Find all references? Of course not. That would be too easy. Find all reference. Wow, technology just hates me today. Alright, find in files. And let's find where this is called from. So, BIOS scan memory. I feel like I'm going to be better off running grep here. I don't know why, but I just have that feeling by time. Alright. So the function gets linked where? Let me try callback grep BIOS. Scan memory. Like, we have all these callback functions. Data start size. Large, complicated code bases are never fun to dive in if you're not familiar with them. But we can deal with that. Okay, so it looks like it gets loaded like some sort of module. So we have the callback here. All right, let me see if I can divine this function. Let's see here. If I go to the bottom, is there any sort of like help on where we have to go? I'm assuming the callback has to be assembly based, written in assembly, because this is all C code, and generally if you're going to monkey with BIOS calls from a lot of times you have to be in C or in assembly, at least for part of it. So it does an interrupt call right here. It checks for E flags CF. That's the error condition. Where's the Ralph Brown list? Yeah, so CF gets set on error, so that is the error handler right there. and it does look at original register EAX W, so it suggests that that should work. The question is, why doesn't it? Because that writes the right register. Yeah, interrupt call EAX 8800, which is what AX would be. So you zero out AL and you load 88 into AH. It does the interrupt call. Can we, like, do we have a print function here? So this is where it does the other memory test. So if we look at how 801 works, E801, maybe I can divine. Okay. So E801 returns extended memory in AX and BX. So it checks the callback. It shifts down. I'm not sure what it's doing with C. Okay, CX is configured memory 1 to 16 megabytes in kilobytes. So I'm guessing this just needs to be changed to AX. Let's just try that and see if the problem goes away. So dpack build package. Leonardo, thank you for the $5 super chat. The way I figured it out is I figured out what was supported, and it's the only case that makes sense because we did spend some time looking at this from time between streams on Discord. So, oh, that's right. I need to do dpack source commit, and this is going to create a patch. Old mem detect bug fix. At least this will give me a patch file. Alright. Fixes memory detection when using E88 fallback. Like, we don't need most of this. Okay, local change has been recorded in new patches. Alright, can I build it now? Yes, I can. Well, I'm going to make sure, we're going to see if that is actually the problem or not. Because if that is the problem, then we'll build syslinux from scratch, we'll include the patch, and I'll send it upstream. Which will at least get this working on very old 486s, because I'm pretty sure my 486, well, my 486 is a BIOS from 1992, so it won't support anything newer than E88. Okay. Yeah. Well, the biggest problem with the E88 method is it can't deal with gaps in the memory map. It has to be a number of continuous sectors from 1 megabyte upward. But that has problems with both ESA and PCI systems because they need to be able to have a memory window. So that got replaced with E801 and then later E820. And part of this is why Windows NT has problems detecting memory above 16 megabytes because of that memory hole. It's something you actually can see in emulation and on real hardware. Although it probably came up fairly rarely just due to the cost of memory in that era. So the question is, can we get Linux to boot on a BIOS from, like, on an antique BIOS that doesn't support anything? Wow, this takes a while to build. Dpack build package I don't think runs with -J by default. You can set it, but again, you run into weird breakage at times. Yeah, okay, it looks like it's in the last bit because it's doing make install. Okay. Alright, so that's built. We should have new packages here. So let's install syslinux. Which one do we need? Probably just need to install all of them. Yeah, syslinux.deb. Alright. So now, if we go to our floppy Linux. So that'll rebuild it and it'll rerun syslinux on it. Well, we're not even getting that far. It's actually not even trying to start the kernel. It's dying within syslinux itself. Alright. Yeah, so that installed syslinux to the floppy disk. So let's see if that made a difference. So let's switch back to the working copy of 86box, which I should really just lob into the manager folder. Alright, so cmake. It's going to check if my build's up to date and launch the debugger. Okay. So if this works, then we at least we managed to find a bug, not the bug that I was dealing with. I'm building under WSL. I've had too many problems with video card drivers and Linux, and Ubuntu 22.04 it was a mess. They upgraded to GTK4, but half the applications were still using GTK3. It was inconsistent. It's driving me up a wall. So after almost 15 years of daily driving Linux, I finally went back to Windows. I mean, I have actually built a Linux kernel from scratch on Windows. I don't know if it's still true, but building Linux cross-compilers for Windows is complicated because a couple of files only differ by case, and that causes bad things to happen. I've tried KDE several times. KDE, it was better under KDE, but a lot. Hey, look, it is actually booting up the kernel. So yeah, that was the bug. The problem with AMD graphics cards is that while they work better under Linux, they are utter garbage for doing video projects. While I haven't done a video in quite a while, I was having trouble. I had to do software rendering for a lot of it because I couldn't get, not CUDA, OpenCL to work reliably. Resolve kept locking up. Blackmagic Design doesn't even support AMD cards officially on Linux. So that did actually fix that boot bug. Yeah, NVIDIA on Linux is better, and I actually have a workstation card because I had to buy a new GPU when they were stupidly high. It was actually cheaper to buy a workstation card with 12 gigabytes of VRAM than it was to buy a consumer-grade card. I did that knowing I was going to have to replace it sooner rather than later, but the longer I can get out of this A4000, the happier I am going to be. So, yeah, that did in fact fix it. So that means we need to add... we have to build and patch syslinux. So, you know what? Let me open a new VS Code window just because I want to leave that one on 86box, just in case we do need the debugger. Alright, so that means we need to download let's go find the syslinux upstream. Syslinux. We should probably also build our own toolchain, but we're probably going to keep using Muscle C, so I might as well be lazy about it. Huh, interesting. The syslinux wiki doesn't even have the most recent version on it. Oh, here it is. It's... Version 6.04 is not released. There's no specific plans. No, yeah, hold on. Let me put this over here so you can see what I'm doing, reading. So apparently, Ubuntu has been shipping a Git revision of syslinux, which isn't actually that uncommon when upstreams basically don't do releases, because the last syslinux release was in 2014. So that means we probably need to pull it from either Git or Subversion. Where are you stored? Okay, so that's where you are. So we might as well... Is this something... do we just want to pull this repo and add the patch? Wow, this hasn't been updated in 2 years. So you know what? Let me throw this on GitHub, and I'll put the patch in my own repos, just so I don't have to deal with patching it. So git clone there. Let me open up GitHub on the other window, and I got my phone right here, so if it wants the Authenticator app, I won't have to worry about it. So actually, I can import repositories, so I can just do that. Syslinux EA bug fix. Okay. So begin import. And again, let me grab this over here. So, all right. So it's pulling in the repo from the public syslinux one, and we'll just apply the patch directly there. It's not an uncommon practice in Linux distribution. A lot of times maintainers, especially on a lot of base code, the project goes quiet. So you either end up with a large collection of patches per distribution, or you just kind of start shipping Git revisions. And it appears that Ubuntu has actually done both. So I am curious on how far we can actually take this. I think our goal for today is I want to get networking up and running. I've had some thoughts of making an actual 486 live CD and going beyond just a boot floppy, but I don't even know if I could get Xorg to compile for 486. We might be able to use Manager, which was a much older windowing system, at least so it would be graphical in nature. So yeah, we're probably I'm going to pull and grab all the patches from Ubuntu. This is taking quite a bit longer than I thought it was going to take. I should have just pulled the source code and pushed it myself. Yeah, it's still importing. Hopefully it's not going to take that long. I know X11 will compile for 486, but you start running into weird places where assembly code is hard-coded. We could add, there are patches that add CPU emulation for cmove and compare and exchange, which you can't actually emulate compare and exchange safely, but if it's a single processor, which most, although not all 486s are, there are a couple of SMP 486s in the wild, but they're pretty close to unobtainium. Well, I think what I want to do is I want to get networking going, because if we get networking going, we can literally download things on the fly. And my original idea for this project, yeah, let's just hit cancel here. And I will just do it this way. All right, syslinux git remote add github git push github all. Well, we won't be able to fit on a floppy disk. Like I said, the original goal for this project was 1 or 2 floppy disks, but I am somewhat tempted to see how far we can take it. Okay, so that's all the patches from 2019. So what is Ubuntu shipping in their syslinux? There's a GCC 10 compatibility patch. I think we want all of these. Let me move mine out of the way. Yeah, I think we're going to want all these, especially... I think I can git am each file, and it'll just add it to the commit history. So git am syslinux, hoping this works, because it's going to be annoying otherwise. Patches. The patch doesn't apply. Because of course the patch doesn't apply. Why would it apply? Alright, get AM abort. Let's just apply the GCC compile fix, because we don't need all of this. So get AM. O19 GCC compatibility, and then I want to put a proper commit message on mine. So syslinux core BIOS. Okay, so there's the patch. Get status. Well, we still have to add quite a bit more to the kernel, so I don't know how much disk space we're going to have left. So let's push that to GitHub. Cool. All right. So how do we compile this? Is it really just a matter of running make? Okay, it does actually look like it is just a matter of running make. So if we go to our 486 make file, this at least makes dealing with the GPL requirement nice and easy, because all I'm going to have to do is put links to the Git repos. I won't have to deal with distributing tarballs. Okay, so syslinux. Oh, nope. We want to use HTTPS just so it won't. So syslinux git. All right. So stamp fetch syslinux. We have no dist directory here. We just want to check it right out from git. So git clone syslinux git like that, and then let's pop open a terminal and see if that works. Okay, so make stamp fetch syslinux, and it does. So let's add a build syslinux target. And you need to depend on fetch syslinux. So that would probably just be source syslinux. It'd just be source syslinux. Well, actually, it'll be that once I fix that. And that. cd source linux. Make J4. Like, maybe that's all we need. I have that distinct feeling we're not going to be that lucky. Well, it's building. Like, if it really is that easy, well, I'll take the win, because the less I have to torture myself, the happier I'm going to be. Oh, something failed. Memcopy is out of bounds. Oh, it wants Python. Can I override that with a... It'd be nice if I can just override that. It's probably not going to work. Make com32 C menu, make file. Yes, I can. Okay, good. I can override that. So Python equal Python 3. Let's try that again. Let me make sure I keep Streamlabs up just so I don't miss any events. Okay, so that's building. 133 viewers, considering it's a weekday stream. Something else failed. Oh, I love Phantom. I love these types of build failures. You know, let's just get rid of the J argument so I can actually see the build failure. That's the other reason why distribution builds don't generally use the J factor, because, watch, it's going to just build successfully now. Yeah, actually, he did build successfully because the J option was broken on syslinux. That's why most Linux distributions do not use -J, and why I've been hard trained not to do it, even though I should on most of my projects. Just another day in the life. Alright, so where'd the binaries end up? I probably need to make install this somewhere, but I would like to not do that if I could somehow avoid it. Would it be under... Let me see if I can remember how to do this. Nope, that doesn't work. Is it xargs ls? No, it's exact. Damn it. I can... My brain is apparently has checked out for the day. Alright, let me just see if we can find where the binary is. Oh, there it is. So, if we... Can we just run that binary and build our floppy with it? So, that would be... source syslinux, BIOS Linux, syslinux like that. I probably should change the version string, but let's just see if that works. Oh, that's not on the path. Alright, so it's rebuilding BusyBox. That's expected. It's checking that the kernel is built. This program requires root privileges. Why does this... Is there a... There's no way Ubuntu is shipping a patch to fix that. No, They probably are, and I'm in denial, but... Or that's the wrong syslinux binary. Let me look at the install rules, because that'll tell me at least where it's copying it from. User bin syslinux. Oh, it also copies the MBR, so, okay, I guess I do actually have to make install it. Alright, well, that's annoying. Hopefully you support prefix. Like... I really, really hope you support prefix. Alright, syslinux. Let's take a look at its build rules. Make directory syslinux dot real target. Object directory build ops. Where's install? Install... You really want to be installed into the root directory, don't you? Oh, okay, hold on. Local install. install root. Okay, so that's what we need. So build syslinux. So local install root. I need my current working directory. I think that will work. I'm not certain. I have to clean up this makefile somewhat. It's kind of messy. No rule for local install. But it's right there. No, it's having problems with other parts of it. It tries running installer. Like, is this if'd out for something? Okay, I guess I can just use install, because it does actually use install root. Alright. So it copied it all to syslinux. So now it's at, so let's see if we can just do this. So out. Hold on, where did it end up? Alright, that did not end up where it was supposed to, but we'll fix that. Out, syslinux, user bin, syslinux. Well, at least that worked. Okay, hold on. Go up 2 levels, and then put it there. Oh, that is a disgusting hack, but it's a disgusting hack that will probably work. Wait for it to install. Alright, did that end up where it was supposed to this time? It did actually end up where it was supposed to. So now, let's go to out syslinux, user bin syslinux. And let me remove the system syslinux just to make sure this doesn't have problems. Okay, good. It's not there. And actually, this needs to depend on build syslinux, although it won't matter right now. Well, that worked. Let's see if it actually boots. Oh, right, I have to use the CMake bun. Alright, run. Well, something's happening. What? What? Failed to load LD Linux C32. Alright, this was the type of debugging pain I was expecting. So, you know what? Now we're on brand for the channel. Okay then. Alright, let's see here. It's either I have screwed I have screwed this up somehow, or there needs to be a... So what does it want? Failed to load LD Linux C32. So it does appear to copy a file. Oh, I have a horrible feeling I know what's happening. Please don't be hard-coded. Please don't be hard-coded. Is there a prefix variable? No, you probably want to be installed to the top level folder. Yeah, because look, it's actually running system calls to put like, it's probably trying to mcopy something and fails. Like, I don't know why there's 6 copies of the name syslinux. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just gonna, yeah, I'll be right back in 30 seconds. Alright, and I'm back, chat. Alright, desktop. No, I just, the problem with drinking Red Bull is you just have to get up every once in a while. Alright, so why is this completely failing? I guess it really wants to be in the root. Let me see here. Wrong window. Let's see what it says here. Non-readme. It was in news. Yeah, news. LD Linux 32. It's an ELF module that does split non-core functionality into ldlinux.c32. Install ldlinux.sys, support subdirectories. Alright, so I think it's building the tools in Linux, syslinux. So where are you grabbing LD Linux from? So create a block map. So what is it? What exactly is this doing? Okay, yeah, so this looks like this is the actual utility to write syslinux to a disk. Alright, so that's main. Subdirectory checks the boot sector. Checks if it's root, which it shouldn't have worked because... Oh, because it's probably set UID when it was make installed. So it tries to mount, which should succeed. And then it looks for the subdirectory path. If op directory... Okay, so it looks like I have to give it a flag to just tell it where to look. Oh yeah, I remember why I moved my camera up there. It's because I was blocking the command line. Alright, let's look at the options. Directory for installation target. So it gets root privilege. It gets the syslinux, the LD Linux. Alright, let me see here. Out syslinux. So that's what it looks for. Write it for the first time. Set attributes. Create a block map. LD Linux path. Okay, so that looks like the variable we need. Do open file. So where does it get the file from? LD Linux path. String allocate mount path plus subdir path. Mount deep path. That looks like where it's going, not where it's reading from. This doesn't make sense. That's probably the that's probably the prefix for where it's going to. Do mount, modify existing. So where is it loaded in? Because this is where, okay, so it's probably got to write it in right here. syslinux.avd, is that what we're looking for? No, it just reads that from LD Linux path. Alright, let me catch up with chat. Oh yeah, alright, you know what? Let me put myself in the bottom left-hand corner and I'll make it smaller. Alright, there we go. I really need to get a green screen. Okay, I don't understand this code at all. Alright, when in doubt, strace. And it'll tell me exactly what it's doing. right, let's see where it's actually trying to read that file from. Doesn't appear that it's trying to read that file from anywhere. Yeah, no C32. So maybe because the... There's a syslinux config file on there. -S. Let me reinstall the Ubuntu syslinux version. Because at this point, I need to figure out why this is not working. Syslinux. So let's try this with just the system syslinux that we patched and built earlier. I mean, I don't have to make this a reproducible build, but, you know, it's good practice. Alright, so that didn't change anything. Let me... Oh, you know what? I probably also need -H for hidden. Or... -A. Because consistency. Okay, so those are the two files on there. Like that. So now, let me blow away the floppy image. And let's see what it does. Oh, strace.f. Yeah, for the forks. I have a distinct feeling those two files are not going to get copied, which will at least tell me what's going on. No, they're there. It's 10:02, so that's a fresh build. The files are there. Alright. Let's make sure we eject. Put the disk back in. And restart. Well, the files are there. It's reading the disk. Although I remember, yeah, failed to load C.30. Oh, hold on. I suspect I know what the problem is. Are you using C flags? I wonder if it's generating code that this system can't run. Yeah, you know what? That can entirely be the problem. Because it definitely looks like it's loading the files and it's copying them. So why don't I go to the top level directory? Syslinux. The thing is, if I build with that, it's not going to work correctly. Well, the thing is that if it was using the system copy of it, it would, like, it doesn't say why it failed to load. Do I have a log file that might give me some hints? Like, that would be lovely. I have that distinct feeling I don't have a log file, but... So you never know. Build, source... I think I have to enable logging. Or it's dash dash log, something like that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I do need the rest of the patches, unfortunately. Alright, so let's apply the patches that we... Let's see here, 6. We don't need the GNU EFI compatibility. So we probably just need 016... 017, 018, and 20. Okay, I didn't like that one. Now I need to rebase. I need to do more than that, because my patches need to be on top. Oh. It won't let me do that from that terminal. Using git rebase is deep magic. Push GitHub force. Let me just... yeah, you know what? I can close this one. The other one we can leave running. Okay, so we've got that taken care of. Let's see if that makes things less broken. So, you know what? Let's just make clean. And wait for it. AB, it's fine running off WS, loading off the WSL file system. I've been doing that right along. It's a because in Windows, all paths map to UNCs in the NT4 kernel. There's no difference for basic operations, which reading an emulated floppy drive, between a network and a local disk as far as the NT4 kernel is concerned. There's obviously differences if you're trying to do complex things with flags and such, but for a basic case like reading a floppy disk, there shouldn't be any problems. And it was working fine with the system syslinux. Now I think I gotta move myself back up to the other corner, because you know what? I'll put myself here, and I'll put the stream goal directly under me. There we go. Also, I don't think I didn't read off all the tips. I apologize. Ellie, thank you for the $10 tip. Adam Scott, thank you for the $15.07 tip. And I am trying to take care of myself. It's a lot why I've been streaming I did non-tech streams for a bit. I do believe I read out all the super chats. I just didn't read out the streams. Mostly because I don't... Hold on, let me do the test... Oh, I don't... yeah, let me do the test widgets. Yeah, okay, it's not actually on the scene. It's... Can I just copy these over? Yeah, I can. Alright. Well, it was supposed to. If I'm on the application view... Alright, let me just add a new screen source here. Screen capture. Okay, that should have the... Let me now do the test donation. Yeah, okay, that works. Alright. Yay, the scenes are fixed. Well, not really, but they're less broken. But at least now they'll show up properly. Now I still gotta put myself back up in the upper corner for the command line. Also, chat should start showing up in the video again. Can't believe I forgot to fix that. Well, I guess I haven't been using the full screen view. Oh, you know why it's not showing up? It's because only visible on stream. That's correct. Screen capture. That's correct. The chat box is there. It should be showing up, but it's not. I'm not certain. Alright, I'm going to have to spend some time debugging Streamlabs later. So, alright, so that rebuilt. Let's try that again. Hopefully that fixes it. Okay. Fingers crossed. Failed to load LD Linux C32. That is really irritating. I mean, the file is there. Oh, let's make sure the file is there. MDIRA. Yeah, no, the file's there. Let me make sure. Let's make sure it's the same size as the one that we're copying in. $12.50.22. Yeah, no, that's the same file. So we've got the patches. We've got the same file. I pushed it to Git. Include changes, allow boot entries, start with label, link with GNU EFI. I don't know. All right, let's see. Yeah, AB, that's a good suggestion. Let's see what file has to say on the subject. Syslinux user share syslinux. 32-bit LSB object, dynamically linked, and what does it say about... Okay, so it is there. Oh, it's in user lib. So Debian syscommon. So file agrees with each other. What's the file size difference? The one I build is a bit bigger, but other than that, there's no actual difference. My brain is hurting. Alright. Let's just try it for the sake of trying it. Floppy Linux. Debian. Syslinux common. User. Modules, BIOS, LD32, copy to the root, override. Let's just see if that works. I have my doubts. Well, I shouldn't say I have my doubts. I have the suspicion it is going to work, but then I'm going to have to figure out why I can't compile it. Well, on the plus side, it failed in exactly the same way. Am I really going to have to ship a patch syslinux? I really don't want patch. I really don't want to have to install it under system, but I don't think I'm going to have much of a choice if this keeps up. What else is... I didn't see anything like using C flags. Date, hex date, install root. Well, this is using a different build target. It's building make BIOS. It's not building the whole thing. I don't know. Maybe that would make a difference. Let me see here. Make BIOS. Because that does the architecture dependent parts. And then it does the architecture independent parts. Because there's... No, that probably wouldn't make a difference. Well, I'm pretty sure it's... it is able to load the file because it does spin the disk for a while, which suggests it's reading it. I really don't want to make install this because then I'm going to have to fish the artifacts out of my system. Let's see here. Of course not. Okay, that message doesn't exist in the source code, so let me find failed to load. Alright, so it's trying to load. It looks like it's coming from here. Let's see here. Failed to load. Find the modules we need to load in as dependencies. We have to load them in reverse order. And then it just... Okay, so at least it's reading it off the disk. Okay, so where's that function defined? So that function is defined here. Wrong name. Yeah, no, spawn load, that was what it was called. Looks like there's a debug print. Can we enable that? Like, what gets dprintf to do stuff? Hold on. Define. Okay, so is there a debug option in the make file? I probably just have to define. Okay. Make cflags debug. You do recognize cflags, right? Maybe not. And look how much. Look how. Is this like all necessary? Okay, so it builds objects. Make. Okay, so you do actually recognize cflags. And, okay, it looks like you do append them. So I guess I just have to put, hopefully that works. What? Oh, don't tell me it overrode the cflags. Please don't tell me it overrode the cflags. Watch, I bet I get rid of this, and we get a completely different build line. Yeah, it overrode the cflags. Including the internal ones. Why? Why? I see chat talking about chroot fake root. Wait, did someone donate? Oh, Piff, thank you for the $100 donation. I'm sorry, the donation sound is not playing, so I didn't see it. I apologize for the delay. What we need are debug messages to see, no, hold on, just to show that this is a modern Linux kernel. Oh, I killed the working one, didn't I? Make install BIOS, install. If I override the cflags, I don't even get useful error messages. Like, this is... Alright. Where's that failed to load message? In core elf link. because... Right, that's not going to help because I did that in the wrong folder. Source syslink core makefile. It's almost like they don't want you to be able to debug this code. Grub is too big for what I want to do. I really want a minimalist bootloader. I would have used Lilo, but Lilo apparently has problems with modern boot protocols. Also, we've come this far, and I did promise booting pain, and apparently I am going to deliver on that promise, even though it's not the booting pain I was expecting. FreeA6 compatibility was removed in kernel 2.6.12. And it was broken for a good chunk before that. Like, that's been gone for almost over a decade at this point. EFI no direct. Okay, you know what? I probably have to. It has to be the full make command. Build syslinux. Yeah, if I do BIOS, it doesn't do everything. That's because Debian does this as 2 passes, which is why that works. EXT Linux is based around the same source code, but I don't know why LD Linux 32 isn't working, so now we need to try and get this built with the debug messages, so we can hopefully get a useful error message, although I'm not holding my breath. Why is it downloading GNU EFI? I just saw it do that. Like, I'm not going to question it. I am really not going to question it. Because if I stare more deeply into the abyss is going to look back. Oh, it was 3.8. Okay, so it was later than I thought it was. But just to confirm, the version of the kernel that we're building is 6.4. It's the latest point release. Alright. Build floppy. Well, we did see it was a 32-bit ELF file because we looked at it. Okay, so that's doing a make install. I probably need to add stamp rules for this just so it doesn't do this every time. All right, can we get a more useful boot message now? We're dying in syslinux. We know we have a build that works, but the only way I was able to get it to work was patching the Ubuntu Debian package. I'm trying to get it to build from source, and it's failing for reasons not yet known to us. Didn't I build this with debug messages? I need to fix my other chair because I can't lean back properly in this one. That's the correct position to do when your soul is leaking out of your head. Give me a moment and I'll be ready to get back into this. This build system is hurting me. I'm not giving up. I really want to, but I'm not giving up. Alright, what is it actually putting on that floppy disk? Like, did the binary change in file size? No, it did not. So either it's loading the wrong syslinux from somewhere. You know, chat, I had a better idea. And by better, I mean worse. I will put this in a Launchpad personal package archive, and I will make the deb installable. Because you know what? It's not worth it to me. Or is it? You know what? I'm going to poll. Because if folks want... when in doubt, we take the power of democracy. Because at this point, I can't decide what to do, so I'm going to make it someone else's problem. I didn't remove syslinux common from my system. It's actually a really good point. Although... hold on, I don't need the -H. No, the file size matches, so it is copying this one. That's how we checked. Okay, so chat has decided that I will suffer today. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? So we are building this one here. Alright, let's... Maybe saying that debug flag just didn't do anything. Alright. Nuclear option. Make sure it rebuilds it. No, apparently you can't just replace dprintf with printf. Of course not. Why would that work? Okay, so there's debug port and debug std.io. So can I set debug std.io somehow? Hold on, there's a debug file. Let's take a look in the debug file. That doesn't change anything, so... When in doubt, use the nuclear blowtorch. Yeah, that's what we're doing. I don't like doing heavy-handed hacks like that, but when in doubt... we have it booting. I can get it. The problem is that I have to put a patch in syslinux to have it work on old systems. Also, why do I have this little... What's this little thing up here in the window corner? Is that showing up on stream? I have this little box up here in the corner. And I don't know what that's from. Is that the sniping tool? Printer driver. Yeah, I don't know what's causing that little white box up there. It's not PowerShell. I don't have a whole lot else running on this system. Let me open Task Manager and take a look. See if I can figure out what's going on. Windows Explorer, I've got a whole lot of Chrome tabs open. I don't really want to close Chrome if I don't have to. I got a bunch of stuff running on the other user account. I apparently have Teams running. I have no idea why, but I do. Oh, I do have... I have to remember to remove... Apparently, I have Overwolf installed, and because I used to play mod Minecraft a lot more. I legitimately don't know what's causing that little box. I did reboot. Like, is it gaming services? Nope. I'm probably going to kill the wrong process and the whole stream is just going to explode. It is probably Chrome. Actually, you know, I can close Chrome. Nope, that didn't fix it. All right. Let me reopen Chrome so I can see the chat again. Sorry, I'm apparently being distracted by a little white box in the corner of my desktop, which suggests... Oh, you know what that may be because we have something running in debugging. Hold on. Nope, that wasn't it. msystem. Nope. I have absolutely no idea. Alright. Pop the chat back out so I can see it. And end poll. Yeah, it might be VS... You know, let me just close this VS Code. Nope, that wasn't it. Although now it's in the background. Wait, is this a... So VS Code goes in front of it. Alright, it's probably... I'm not going to worry about it. Alright. We were doing something important before I got distracted by the white little box in the corner. I even rebooted the system today, so... Alright, so build floppy. Oh, that might be VLC, actually. Because I have VLC doing the background music, although I don't know why it would be running a box in the corner. Like, no, it's not VLC. So I gotta reopen the media playlist. Huh. Well, it's going to remain a mystery, I guess. At least it's going into the background when I switch windows. Alright. CMake, run the build. Hopefully we have debug messages now. I am not particularly optimistic, but who knows. For all I know, it's Streamlabs. Because I've had some weirdness with Streamlabs in the past. Alright. Please give me a debug message. Come on. I'm okay. This is fine. This is fine. Do you have something that's pinned to the bottom left of the screen? I shouldn't. I guess I should install Process Installer, because now I really want to know. Process Explorer. Alright, chat, we're going on a tangent, because if I keep looking... because I need a break. Alright. Process Explorer, Win32. Oh, it might be Steam. Oh, yeah. I'm not even sure where to start with doing this. Oh, hold on. Maybe kill process. Let me kill teams. Did it go away? Nope. Alright. Back to the grind, because that was my brief distraction for the last 5 minutes. LDLinux.c32 has not changed in size, which suggests to me that either it's loading the wrong file or nope, that's the same exact file there. The one that's shipped by Ubuntu is a bit smaller, so I know we're compiling our own. Chat, I'm starting to lose my mind. Alright, BIOS. That's not what I want. Spawn. Like, did my changes get overran? Oh. It needs more than one defined, because of course it does. Yeah, you need core debugging, and yeah, because you need the outer one. Alright, let's just do a quick make and see if it changes the file size. Let me catch up with chat. Well, the problem is that all the error messages are commented out. They're all debug messages, and that's why we're trying to get to build with debug messages. Okay, so click the crosshairs, but so in Process Explorer. Alright, so chat, let's see if we can figure out. Like, I got the crosshair from Process Explorer, and it's not doing anything. I guess it's something plugged. It's got something that's plugged in. Oh, it may be the. It might be one of the systray stuff. See, I got desktop video updater. Like, what are you running from? Nope, that's Blackmagic Design. That's actually okay. Oh, you know what it is? I've got Resolve running on the other screen, on the other session. It's probably hooked into the video card. Alright, so let's see if that changed our file size, because if it changed our file size, we now have debug messages. And it didn't. If define. Alright, you know what? I'm getting the nuclear blowtorch out, because at this point... Be the same size. I dare you. I'll be the same size and I'll just be screaming. The problem is if I restart Explorer, I'm not completely convinced it's going to come back. Yeah, so apparently, we've apparently gone from the lamp to... Wait, I'm seeing a bunch of redefines. Hold on. What are those warnings? I feel like those warnings are relevant. Okay, so is it... Hold on. Include... Mega, thank you for the $2 super chat, and we will leave the white box alone. I will figure it out later. Doesn't seem to be harming anything. Alright, I'm not sure why that's complaining that's being redefined. And it still hasn't changed size. What is this? Warning... Okay, hold on. Include core... Hold on. Nano... Core... Include core.h. Printf... df printf redefined. What am I doing wrong? Oh, no, look. It's actually... You have to... It's not only that... It's not enough that... Okay, so, hold on. It should not... Why is it going into this elf statement over here? Well, there's less warnings now. You're right. If it's not changing the file date, something's gone wrong. But I could also be looking at the wrong file because there's like 30 copies of this file in here. Hold on. I wonder if it's not properly cleaning and remaking this file. Let me just let it relink. Okay, well that's the right timestamp, but the file size hasn't changed. Alright, you know what? Let's go back to a clean working directory. Can I just... hold on, wrong file. Sys, it's not elflink, it would be com32 lib. Yeah, it's in the exec. Sys module exec. That being said, there's not a whole lot of error messages it can print out. So it goes to out and just unloads it. And then errors out. Alright, you know what? I'm going to try one more thing, because at this point, I'm starting to go a little bit mad. Maybe their Git repo is broken, because the Ubuntu archive is not based on the Git one. It's based on a different version. Or it's not based on the latest one. Alright, let me do a clean. Alright, now we do a patch, which... Oh, right, they removed that, didn't they? Alright, so that should have all the patches applied. So now this is the same exact source code as what's on the Ubuntu version. So if this doesn't work, then it has to be installed as a system package. Let me make sure my patch is applied. Core BIOS.c. Yeah, okay. I'm going to go nuke. I'm going to nuke the GitHub repo. You know, I'll do that later. Oh wait. Like, I'm going to be quite irritated if that is the actual problem, that it has to build on a very specific Git commit. At least it'll make it slightly less... I'm lying to myself. It's not going to be any easier, is it? I can't believe this is what we're stuck on. Like, this is driving me... This is insane. I'm really happy I did Factorial yesterday, because if I was doing this on July 4th, I think I would have rage quit. Sure I'm not missing any donations. Nope. 125 viewers. What? I just give up. I need to find something to scream into, chat. Let me go grab a pillow, because I think I need it right now. grab a pillow. When in doubt, screaming helps. All right, one pillow. Okay. I'm not sure what it did. So Debian doesn't build the EFI one except on the Arch independent build, but that's done on AMD 64 these days, so that shouldn't break anything. Install BIOS. All right, let me try that. Let me see if that makes a difference. I can't imagine that it will, but well, that built. All right, let's build the floppy. These were not the boot problems I was expecting to have. Well, that succeeded. Did it actually do something different to this floppy disk? The file size is different. I think it's more my soul hurts problem. I'm gonna be really annoyed if this works. It's working, isn't it? Yeah, it's working, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't have the debug messages on it. Part of me hopes it works and part of me hopes it doesn't work. It'll probably require between 16 and 32 megabytes of RAM to boot. Like, I'm not calling this practical, but I do call it fun. Now, it hasn't booted yet. I'm not giving it a success until I actually make it to the kernel command line, to the boot. And just to show that this is Linux 6.4, although apparently I'm not building the point release, I'll have to fix that. Working is not the term that I'm going to use here. Horse, that's how the stream started, because I went to debug a problem and it went away. Oh, look, the chat's back in the video. I'm really not trying to scream loudly at the moment, because if I do, my everything might just break. Like, I might actually completely lose my mind if... Chat, I'm going to take a 5-minute break because at this point I need to make reality make sense. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. As soon as I can find my shoes anyway. Chat, oh, you know what? You know, it helps if I put my my shoes were under my desk. Why didn't I check there? Alright, before I go AFK, I'm just gonna get my shoes on. I have to think about this because I don't know. I think we're gonna have to build the Ubuntu source package in the make file. I have to figure out how I'm going to retrieve that. Like, I have to actually put, like, actual thought, but if I stay in this... I think this is the most any project has broken me on stream. Like, someone can correct me, but like, ow. Alright. I got shoes on. I'm going to go downstairs, stretch my legs, get some fresh air. I will be back at 11:08 or 11:09. I'm back. Well, I got to work. It just cost me a good chunk of my sanity. uh, this is fine. This is fine. This is all fine. All right. Let me see if I can remember how Ubuntu packages are. It's the newer format, the v3 format. So, apparently packages. Oh no, it's packages on Ubuntu.com. Ubuntu package search. Alright, syslinux. Yeah, it's... Alright, so let me grab the direct downloads, because that's going to be it's going to be quote-unquote less pain. Alright, if I want the source package, I click the link and nothing happens. Linux source package, okay. Alright, cool, that'll grab it from the pool. Alright. Let's rework this. So into dist gget, I should probably make that URL. When I was outside, things made sense. I touched a tree. It was good. It was... Oh. I hurt. It hurts in a bad way. Alright. Fetch. So we need to grab the original. We need to grab that. CD source. Tar xv. With gget, how can I rename the output file just so I don't have to do stupid? -o. Are these both XZ packaged? Yes, they are. Okay. Sorry that I'm not saying much because I'm still hurting quite badly for hurting quite a bit. All right, down to 107 viewers, but I took a break, so you know what, that's fine. All right, so extract, and then source. Oh, well, it helps if I have the file names correct. No, that is correct. Syslinux package. What happened? Those are both there. Oh, I have the wrong file name. It's... that just made a mess, didn't it? Yes, it did. Because you have to do it in a very specific order. CD source, NV syslinux. What did it name the folder? Alright. Has to go up a level. So hopefully that applies... No, that does not apply all the patches. Because I don't want to have to depend on Ubuntu to build. Okay, so I believe I want to apply all the patches. I need to do quilt patches, Debian patches, quilt, apply. Alright, so we need quilt. Here's a utility I haven't used in a very long time. Quilt. I think it's series if I want to do... No, that's all the files in there. Alright, I gotta look at the manual. Patches subdirectory, series, patches applied. Import, patches that modify any specific sources. Let's see here. Okay, so it's push A is what I need. Push A. Yeah, okay, that applies all the patches. And then we need to apply our own patch, which will not be there. I really need to clean up this make file. Hold on. I can do it. I'll deal with it later. Patch P1 patches syslinux E88 patch. Alright, so let's create a top level patches directory. Did I accidentally delete my working directory? I may have nuked my working directory. Great! This is fine. Source syslinux. Okay, 116. Quilt patches, Debian patches, quilt push A, all series. New 03 fix E88 patch. Quilt Add. Wow, I'm surprised I even remembered half of these commands. Find name bios.c. E820. Alright, I'm starting to feel a little bit more human. Alright, so quilt. I don't think I need... Yeah. Quilt. Add. Core bios.c. Core bios.c. So if we go all the way down here, yeah, here's the fallback. Save, quilt. Is it refresh is the command I need? I think it's refresh. Yeah. Okay, cool. That did actually make the patch. So Debian patches 003 patches like that. And then we can just apply it by hand. Alright, let's see if that works. Oh, right. It helps if you don't make a typo when you write the command. It needs to have an input arrow. Well, it did... Okay, it did apply the patch, and it did place it there. What's our git status here? Let's get rid of stracelog. Alright. Let's see if we can build the floppy. Alright, I'm just catching up to the chat. Alright, well, it's building syslinux, so hopefully this works. Fingers crossed. I always forget that -I exists, but I also have to use some very archaic versions of patch from time to time. I mean, using quilt is... The only place I've ever used quilt is in Ubuntu and Debian system development. I'm not aware... Like, it's a very old utility. It's a Perl script. It's how we used to manage patch sets in the era before Git. Well, it built the disk. The question now, is it going to work? Or am I just going to end up screaming more? Alright. Please work. Okay. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe? I mean, I know that I do a lot of things. Like, so when I was at VCF, I got a crash course in using Kish, the corn shell, and the VI commands, which I always forget exist, but it's going to make using vintage Unix without bash a lot less painful. LGR FBS, thank you so much. Well, it's booting. Alright, so it did actually boot. Oh, so there was a point release. So, yeah, there was a point release on the 25th. Sorry, on the 1st, which I missed. Okay. So this is the most recent mainline kernel version. Alright. I'm going to commit this to Git, and then I want to make sure it builds syslinux through very scary means. Don't look closely. Alright, I want to actually grab a fresh check out of this, and I want to make sure it will still build from scratch. What? What? Oh, it just didn't have the @get. Alright, reality is not that broken. Also, I didn't mean to commit the boot source file to it. Actually, I don't want the revisions file in there because that actually needs to come out. Otherwise, I will have GPL problems. Revisions. That was me just keeping, let's see here, RM... Git, commit, amend. It's mostly because there's a compiled version of BusyBox on there, and if I have a compiled version, technically speaking, I'm supposed to have the source tarballs available for download, and I just don't want to worry about it. Alright. Build floppy. Alright, let's start a clean build and see if it still works. Oh, alright, there we go. Alright, that's building. So how's everyone else's day going today? Because mine is going painfully. Well, Doom itself didn't fit on a floppy. The original... Okay, it looks like I need to just... okay, helps if I don't type in chat. And that's why we check with fresh builds. What rule did it fail on? So it built BusyBox, it runs the install rule, and then goes splat. Ah, here. This is where it goes splat. which it shouldn't. Target is not a directory. What? Yeah, see, I just saw it run the make int ramfs folder. Oh, I know what's missing. I know what's missing. -P. I silenced the error because the directory already exists. It will complain. Actually, oh, you know, that's another thing it needs to do. Make directory. I haven't decided yet. I would prefer not to do DMF formatted disks if I can avoid it. Because if I do DMF formatted disks, I can't write them with a USB floppy drive for when I make this an actual product. I just thought, made with blood, sweat, and tears. See stream for details. All right, build floppy. Let's try this again. Yeah, the boot floppy also that is also a valid thing. Some BIOSes will go splat if you give it a DMF formatted disk. And Don Mister, a little late here. You know, depression sucks. You know, it's something I have dealt with from time to time. Just part of the life of. Part of dealing with chronic disability. What you really have to do is you have to take the good days one at a time, and the things, and sometimes you just have to force yourself to do things that you know that at least conceptually you'll enjoy, and sometimes it'll help. So, briefly, we are currently testing that we can build this from a clean build. But it is progress. I did, in fact, while it was not actually while it wasn't the bug I set out to fix, we did solve several boot problems. All right. So far, so good. What we can do is if we can just load a minimum int ramfs with a single floppy, I can just copy the files onto the RAM disk, which is my current plan right now. Hopefully it won't come to that, because I'm hoping that if we use LZMA or XZ compression, although that will increase the memory requirement, it will fit. Actually, when we have this running again, I want to run free and see how much free memory we actually do have. Because everything we add to the compressed tarball will, No, we can do it with disk swapping, because it's got to decompress into memory anyway, and I've already accepted that this isn't going to run unless you've got 32 or 64 megabytes in your 486. It's more of a proof of concept. Proof of concept is probably not the right word to use. But if I really wanted to make, if I wanted to do an actual 486 Linux distribution, that would be useful. I would probably have to use a more period correct kernel. I can send a patch to syslinux, but the upstream looks dead. I mean, the last commit in their Git repo is from 2019. Oh wait, I have to put the right disk in. This is not the right disk. Because this is the one we've been building right along. I want to test the clean build. Yeah. I mean, the other option is I could do something like download binaries on the fly once we have networking going, which I think is going to be our next challenge. Well, we got the loading bzip image line, which is good. Yeah, it's not hard. I mean, even my 486, which needs parity RAM, it needs fast page parity, which is a little annoying to find. I was able to find multiple 16. Actually, no, I have multiple 32 megabyte sticks because I believe I still have 2 slots open. Because that system tops out at 128 megabytes. I don't know what you would do with a 486 with 128 megabytes, but decompressing. Well, that's looking promising. Alright, so out of curiosity, it's only using 2 megabytes? Oh, well, hold on. It's taking 4 megabytes up for the kernel. Okay, so that means that theoretically this will run in 8 megabytes. I have my doubts, but I'm now actually curious. Like, will this actually run in 8 megabytes? Because the minimum for SLS Linux was 8 megabytes, and even then it had indigestion with that little, but I'm now curious. I'll fix the RCS. That's an error of my own making. I just haven't gone around to it because we've run into so many other interesting and fascinating and painful bugs. I am actually curious if this is going to fit in 8 megabytes. It's not going to stay in 8 megabytes, but I am curious if it's going to stay that way. Ed, yeah, it's unmaintained. Looking at the patches in Debian in Ubuntu, Debian and Ubuntu are basically just maintaining it in their repo, and someone mentioned that Gentoo is basically doing the same. So the upstream's dead, so I can send a patch. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I mean, there is a part of me that would like it, that is... Oh, it actually boot looped. It cannot boot with that little memory. What about 16? I'm actually curious what the minimum is, because the decompression uses a lot of memory. Well, that's because it's conventional memory. The first 640 kilobytes go to conventional memory. No, if you add up the base memory size, then the first megabyte basically is shot on it's. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but if you're in protected mode, you really don't want to touch the first megabyte of memory, especially if you're going to use virtual 8088 mode, which, while the kernel doesn't set up a VO, actually, I'm not going to say that because I believe that at least at one point the kernel could set up a virtual 8088 task for running VBE BIOS initialization. No, it really does appear to need 32 meg. It just can't decompress in that little amount of memory because bzip. No, I'm not going to debug that. I don't hate myself that much because that would just be torture to try and debug that. So it really does need 32 megabytes as the minimum. Because... Oh, yeah, I probably do. Yeah, okay, you know what? That makes sense because I doubt the kernel has been tested on... There's emails from Linus saying that the kernel shouldn't even run on a 486 anymore. Quite possibly. But if we set the minimum for 32, because this will run on a Pentium, this will run on a Pentium Pro, this will run on anything. I just want to support 486 for shits and giggles factor, but I really expect that the people that are going to that will try this will run it on something a little newer. I mean, there's no reason why it won't run on, on a modern system as long as it has a CSM. Alright. So, I think the next thing I want to do is let's update to the most recent kernel patch, which is 6.1. So that should be just that. Because now we know this is working. And then kernel menu config, just so we can upgrade the config. I made... What's in the dist folder? Oh yeah, we need to add some logic to that rule because it needs dependencies. No, actually I do have that. Stamp fetch kernel. Okay, so let's grab 641 because that is the most recent one. We're staying up to date. That doesn't surprise me because XMS gets a extended memory under DAWs gets a little bit weird past 16 megabytes. It wouldn't. Honestly, I bet that would be Ultima 6 and its Voodoo Memory Manager, or sorry, Ultima 7. All right, so we do want to enable some device drivers. We want the floppy driver. Which doesn't appear to be here. Alright, let me enable ESA PCI support. Because I want to be able to support some network cards. SCSI device support. We might actually... Yeah, we do need this. If you want to use SCSI hard drives, serial PATA hard drives, because everything runs through the SCSI layer these days. I probably have to put it... It's probably PATA that has to be enabled. Legacy ISA PATA support. Generic ATA support. I don't think that's what I need. Yeah, they've basically nuked it. Honestly, if we can get the network up and running, we can just download modules on the fly, which has kind of been my plan for a bit. So let's go enable... So let me enable some useful drivers. Let me enable the PCNet drivers. So here, PCNet. You need... Okay, so we need Ethernet. So networking support enable. We don't need wireless. Be fun to do something with ham radio. That's a project for a different day, though. I am a licensed ham, so I can do that. I just... It's not like you can't find my call sign, but... I have issues with the way the FCC does call signs. I have a general class. Okay. Alright, so PCNet. Because PCNet's one of the most common drivers. So network device support. Let's grab the dummy driver. I'd almost want to add slip support, because that way you could just use a USB over serial adapter, but setting up slip is notoriously difficult. Like, I've done it, and even I'm, like, cringing at the idea of doing it. Alright, so PCNet 32, is that the driver I need? I think I was looking for an ISA driver. Because that's the PCI one. But, PCNet 32. Am I... Oh, I think it's called Lance. Yeah, it's Lance. That's what it was. Oh, this actually enabled a bunch of drivers. Oh, no, it just enabled the options for it. PCI Lance... No, that's actually what I need. Oh, what the devil? Is it... I gotta actually look it up now, because I am not sure. AMD PCNet 3 Linux. That is actually the right driver. Alright, so if we're going to add some drivers, I think we want that one. If we get the Realtek one... Let's see here. Realtek. Okay, fast... Like, let's also get any 2000. Like, let's hopefully we can get a bunch of drivers on these. PCI. Okay, so that's PCI ones. Any 2000. We want ISA. What's not in? Oh, I don't actually have ISA enabled. ISA support enable. And then any 1000, 2000 support. So that's a decent chunk of network drivers. Let's see if we can still fit the kernel on the floppy disk. I have my doubts. You know what? Save. Alright, can I get out, please? Alright, let's see. And then while that's going, let's put an Ethernet card in this machine. Network. Slurp. What do we want to put in it? Let's put in any 2000 card, because that's going to be basically the... For 486s, that's going to be basically the most common one. If we have more space... I'll add the Intel E100 and E1000 drivers, because that's going to be the most common on basically anything with an Intel chip. But I don't know how much free space. Wi-Fi isn't going to get compiled in. It's just the prompt for the switches. God, compiling this on a 486. There's no reason why you couldn't do that, but I think that would literally take a month. Because you'd have to build GCC. Alright. Well, we don't have serial parallel drivers installed, so I don't think we have to worry about conflicts. Alright, so let's figure out how much disk space we have after that. I don't think it's going to be a lot, although that's quite a few more drivers that are going in. Hopefully it still fits. Yes, I am going to release this as public, and I'm actually going to have a limited run of actual floppy disks for sale with the kernel and everything we build on it. That's going to be the launch product for the Restless Systems store. I have to jump through some hoops with New Jersey because I have to collect sales tax, which means I have to get a license to collect sales tax, because you need a license to pay the state of New Jersey money. So let's see how much space we have to work with now. It is plausible. Disk CC doesn't help as much as you would think, because you still lose a lot of disk fault. Yeah, that was what I thought. Okay, so that means our kernel just got too big. How big is our kernel? 1.3 megabytes. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. All right, we gotta thin that out a little bit. I think we might have to convert some of this to modules. That's frustrating. I remember that being a problem in my tests. Actually, hold on. Maybe that does actually compile something in. Let me disable Wi-Fi and see if it makes a difference. I don't think I don't actually have a micro-channel machine, so it should be compiling for size. I remember doing that last time, but I'll check it again. Alright, so that's all the Ethernet stuff going in. The networking stack is fairly large, although we can get rid of some things, like, I don't think IPv6 is all that useful. See if it fits on a floppy now. Nope. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to change much. Alright, so something's got to go. Or at least we have to make it modules if it's not going to go. Can we make... we do need the ETH links, so let's go to device drivers. Can you be made a module? My general feeling is no. Actually, I don't think I have modules enabled. We don't need gzip support. Yeah, okay, optimize for size. Can we get the kernel more compressed? Kernel compression method. %, LZMA specific executable code. Speed's about the same. It's better. Compression is slow. Alright, so let's try that. Let's see if we can get some more space back. It's not actually a BZ image anymore, but it should still boot as a BZ image. Modules aren't smaller, but I can at least put it on multiple disks, but there are some things that I have to compile into the kernel. So hopefully we can gain back just enough disk space to make this viable. But bzip to LZMA is not going to be a very big difference, but if we can get under a megabyte, it would be ideal. You know what? Actually, I just had a really gross idea. Hold on. Kprintf. I could turn off the kernel messages. That's really probably not a smart idea. So how big is the kernel right now? .1 megabytes. The problem is syslinux is eating up a good chunk of our disk space, which is unfortunate. Which now tells me maybe I should use Lilo. Actually, no, the BZ image actually did fit. It just can't fit the RAM disk. Okay. Now, what do I do with that? Okay, so if I can get the RAM disk smaller, we can actually get it on there. Let's first recompress the RAM disk. Okay, XZ. Like, we can definitely get BusyBox smaller because if worst case scenario, I could write a small custom int program, which would be enough. Build floppy. Yeah, I had that feeling that all that work I just put into syslinux is about to go moot. Problem is Lilo has its own issues. Alright, so now we get a disk full. So how much is it? Save 20 kilobytes. Like, that is cramped. Yeah, we lose about 100 kilobytes. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can cut BusyBox down to size, because I can then just copy in a larger BusyBox. I really don't want to write my own int binary if I can avoid it. Do I have a BusyBox config? Yes, I do. Alright, so how much of BusyBox can we jettison? Like, if I really cut it down to size. Alright, we don't need PAM. Dev PTS is probably useful, but... Alright, let's see what else we can cut out here. Because there's a bunch of utilities on here we don't know. Like, even a large part of core utilities can go away. Like, we only need, like, a handful of commands. Chroot is... I'll re-add it if we need it. CP I want to keep. We don't need DD. We don't need DF. DF I think I want to keep for just debugging reasons. All this can go away. Probably gonna want one of these checksum things, but I'm not that worried about it. We don't need nice, no hup. All this can just go away. Sleep I can actually use. Sort we don't need. Split, stat. SETI we probably need. Test I'm going to leave because I'm going to need to do shell scripting. Timeout. Like some of the very basic commands I will keep. TTY. Yeah, like a lot of this can just go away. Wait, there's something there we probably didn't need. We don't need that. We don't need any of the passwords. Don't need that. Was that useful? What is IPCS? Nope, don't need that. Mount is useful. Don't need mount point. Mount point I could actually use while scripting. Don't need read profile. Keep umount. Yeah, all that we don't need. Don't need IPv6 support. If we can keep the network utilities, it'd be nice. Alright, I guess we're just going to use ifconfig because the other one's too big. Yeah, there's a lot of things we can get rid of. I'll leave nslookup. Ping. What's TC? Yeah, no, that one we don't care about. I'll leave telnet. I'll get rid of telnet D unless I can think of a reason to re-add it. gget would probably be nice. That's a DHCP client. How much more can go away? We don't need top. Uptime can go away. Alright, set CT. That one will get rid of one of those error messages. Don't need logging. Alright, let's see how much that cut it down by. Oh, I remove... well, I can always do it with a C program, but let's just see how much it's gone smaller by. Well, it... We actually shaved off 100 kilobytes. If it wasn't for the bootloader being as big as it was, it would actually fit. Like, it's nearly there. If I used a DMF disk, I could fit it on there. All right, let's see what else we can get rid. Let's see what else we can jettison from the kernel just to make it smaller. Because if I don't have to, if I can still use syslinux, it would be ideal. I will use Lilo if I have to. Alright, let's see what else we can get rid of. Probably don't actually need that. We can get rid of that. You know, I'm actually going to get rid of ESA support because by and large, even in ESA system, the network cards we're going to support are all ISA or PCI based. No, we do need HID support. We should not disable that. What is x86 specific platform drivers? Nothing I care about. Is No, NFS is not actually enabled. But the thing is, I'm going to need a file system. Well, actually, I don't need a file system. I can just read raw sectors off the floppy. You know what? I can get rid of early print K. That will bring back some disk space. I suspect that's the smallest it's going to get, unless I cut more drivers out. Wait, PCIe is enabled? Well, I intentionally enabled PCI. I don't see PCIe. Well, that we can get rid of. Probably should leave the VGA arbitrator there. Well, we already did disable most of it. We're trying to re-add some things. The networking stack may be too big. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to use Lilo and gain back 100 kilobytes. Or use a DMF disk, but again, there's reasons why I don't really want to do that. Because if I have enough of BusyBox that I can mount a second floppy disk and copy modules on, that would be ideal. But I'm not holding my breath. Yeah, I think we have to... I think we need to switch a whole bunch of these over to modules. Ooh, my neck is... I don't want to write one from scratch. Trust me on that one. How big is our BZ image? Yeah, that didn't really save us all that much. Okay, I gotta think about this. If we use Lilo, we have to format the disk. Is Lilo even still in the archive? It is actually still in the archive. Alright. Fine. If that's the way it's going to be... Let's get rid of syslinux. And let me see if I can remember how to... we need to... I feel like with Lilo, it has to be an ext2, and we have to put a lilo.config file on it. I gotta remember how to do it. Kind of hoping I didn't have to do that. Ring-tailed fox, we are compressing it. That's the file size with it compressed. Alright. Man Lilo config. Let me see here. Lilo, hold on. Lilo boot floppy. Someone has to have documented this. Lilo mini how to. Thank you, Linux documentation project. Assuming it would load. Alright, so this actually is not quite as bad as I thought it was going to be. Let's see here. Config lilo.config. I'm probably going to have to loop mount this. Alright, so that should be all we would need. Let's see your BZ image. I will deal with the RAM disk in a moment. I just have to think about how you actually make this all work. Yeah, alright, so I think what I have to do is we have to mount it. The problem with doing that is I have to know what the loop device is. Unless it lets me do something like... this isn't gonna work, is it? Permission denied. Okay. Lilo disk image, maybe? Yeah, we would have to LO setup it, format it. I really don't want to use Lilo. I really don't want to use Lilo. I feel like I'm not going to escape this. Let me see what chat's saying, because chat's probably hollering at me. I did set the CZ compression limit. You know, I should try it just for the sake of trying it. I don't think it works anymore, but it used to be you could write a BZ image. What is it? Conf. How do you know truncate? just so I'm not going to kick myself later when the comment section weighs in, I just want to make sure that this isn't going to work. I believe this functionality was removed, but let's just check for the sake of it. Yeah, the kernel and BusyBox are stripped. Use a bootloader. Yep, that was pretty much what I expected. Was worth trying. I wonder if I can just make a Lilo image and then... No, the Lilo needs to know the block location, so you can't just do it that way. You also need the boot B file, which I assume is... I don't even know where that is. Like, I don't actually think it's going to save that much space. Alright. Let me just see here. Where does Lilo keep its boot sector these days? Oh, wait. Hold on. I just spotted something useful. Lib Lilo floppy. Well, it writes it out to an actual floppy disk, which isn't what I want to do. If I have to do LO setup, which I don't even know if I can do under WSL, I would have to figure out... There are ways to do it. I just have to... I have to make my brain work. Alright, let me look at LO setup. Can I tell it exactly which loop device to use? I can. I really don't want to screw with doing loops if I can avoid it, though. Because if I start using LO setup and someone builds this, it could clobber, and I get the scripting wrong, it could clobber their system, which is part of why I don't want to automate that. That is going to really suck to script. Alright. Well, I have removed PCI. I removed all of that. Sorry, chat. I need to brainstorm here. I'm a little annoyed that we can't use syslinux. Well, maybe I gave up a little bit too easy on that. Hold on. We're already going to use 2 floppy disks, but... Let me just see how big... Let me confirm the size of Lilo. Just so I'm certain that... Yeah, if Lilo entirely fits in the master boot record, which I'm pretty sure it does. Alright, you know what? Let's... The only way we're going to know is to test it, so I don't need to script this right now. LO setup floppy Linux. Do I not have loops? No, I have loops. Oh, it's the other way around. Dash F loop dev. Because I can't mount it. If I could just mount it, it would be easier. Okay, so there's actually a useful example in the LO setup file. Down at the bottom, it does actually show an example of find and show. So is it just sudo LO setup? Nope. Failed to use device, no such device. Let me look at chat, because chat probably knows. We need it both as a block device, and we need... Oh, well, I guess we can do kpartx. Do I even have kpartx? I don't think I can loop mount under WSL. Oh. When did that work? Okay. Alright. I'm not going to question it. I am just not going to question it. So, dev loop 0. Make fs ext2 dev loop 0. Just because I'm paranoid. Yeah, okay. I would probably have a complete breakdown if I accidentally nuked my own hard drive doing all this. Okay, so... Alright. Let me find that Lilo config. Alright, map. What? It... I think I feel like I'm about to, like, I know I did this with Grub, or so on SLS Linux. Like, I literally made a video on doing this. And I feel like I had to do this with an actual floppy drive in an emulator. Also, why are we talking about nuclear weapons? Wait, do I have no sound? No, okay. Oh, someone else who didn't have sound. That's like I thought my microphone had been off for a while. Lilo needs our... well, that changes the root. It just can't... It doesn't know how to install the boot sector. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna grab the source code to Lilo, because apparently today is patch bootloader day. Also, apparently someone fixed Lilo to build with GCC 10. Handle device. Okay, alright, this actually isn't that hard to fix. I can hard code in that information. Because the heads, cylinders, and sectors will always be the same. Oh my god, I'm actually about to patch Lilo. Help. Help. This is fine. This is fine. Alright, where else does it actually care about this? Yeah, it actually doesn't care. Hold on, major FD. Yeah, it only cares in those 3 places, which means I could patch it. What does it do on other ones? Because other ones, it makes device... Because it's making patches to the bare metal, to the code. Let me make sure I actually understand what this is doing. And then I have to really decide if I'm going to do this. So what does it do with the end result of all this? Because it feels like it should be Oh, I know what it's doing. I know what it's doing. Lilo is really stupid. So the way it works is Lilo has a list of blocks, which it loads from the boot device. These devices, because it's using int13, it has to store the blocks in cylinders, head, and sector format. So it needs to know where the file is and be able to load from that location, which is why it's doing all the geometry math. This is actually not that different from what it took to get SLS Linux running on my ThinkPad. I am going to have to write a patch if we're going to use Lilo, though. I have to debate this, because that is... It would give us an extra 100 kilobytes to play with. It's still not a lot, but it would be something of an upgrade. The problem is that we also need an int binary. I don't think I can cut it down that tiny. I mean, it might be possible, but... gotta think. Like, patching syslinux was bad. This is worse. Because I'd have to work out the I'd have to basically re-implement the geometry. Because there's no way FD get parameter is going to work on a loop device. Right, because you can see here it does GeoDevice OX80. That means BIOS, all BIOS hard drive hard drive fixed devices set the top bit, and then it enumerates up from there. And that's where you get the geo head cylinders and start location. That is the other possibility, is I write my own int binary. I really don't want to do that, but we could try it. The problem is that how do I mount dev FD0 because the kernel doesn't seem to know what floppy drives are. Where are we coming up on? I think I'm going to have to write it's either going to write a custom int and then load modules, because if I load a custom int, I can put BusyBox on disk 2. I am thinking this is going to have to require a custom int. Alright. Let me get a notepad out, because I'm going to have to actually... I actually have to think about this, because we are going into territory while I didn't completely... Alright, let's see here. Okay, so mount and copy files over, and then exec into new sbin int from BusyBox. I think option 2 is actually going to give us a lot more flexibility, because then I can get more things into the base kernel. Because essentially, if I basically make the int binary, the int a statically linked binary, I don't even need a C library for this. I really would just need to do 2 syscall. I really would just have to do syscalls, and I would need a file copying routine. Or no, it wouldn't be that simple. It wouldn't be that simple. I would also need... I would probably have to link liblzma and decompress it on the fly. I don't even know what that would look like. I've never coded against liblzma. I've done libbzip2 in the past. Maybe someone has an example? Oh, there's actually... Oh, good. There's actually examples in the documentation. Let's take a look. So you have the int decoder. It's not that bad, actually, but it's going to be a fair bit of work. We'd also need support, need container, probably CPIO. tar is kind of a miserable on-disk format. CPIO is very simple. I can boot. We ran out of disk space when I tried to do something interesting. I am debating what our next step is going to be. Like, well, okay, there is some low-hanging fruit we can disable. Let's see what else we can get rid of. I don't know why that got enabled. Oh, it got enabled because we enabled the network. Alright, let's see what else we've got enabled. Like, can we... config PCI, yes. Some of the performance monitoring stuff we could get rid of. But we don't even have an TCP IP stack. Well, there's a curse fought using iSCSI to mount a file system from somewhere else. You know, let's see if we can get rid of config SCSI, because the floppy driver shouldn't require it. Like, that might buy us back quite a bit of disk space. There's probably more low-hanging fruit I can get back. I could use Lilo, but I've already patched syslinux, and I have that distinct feeling that Lilo would have trouble on newer hardware. But I'm giving up 100 kilobytes for syslinux, which really sucks. Unless I patch in code to be able to swap the, I just had a thought, and I hate it. Like, I really hate it. I wonder how hard it would be to patch into syslinux. Alright, what's our image size down to? Alright, that didn't actually get any, that much smaller. How much more do we need to get something? 200 kilobytes is what's free. Our current RAM disk is... oh, good lord, we literally need like 10 kilobytes. Okay, there's gotta be something we can turn off. We just need 10 kilobytes. Like, we can turn off one of the drivers. Although config Lance... Alright, you know what? Here's what we do, is... General setup. Let me enable modules. So we're going to lose some disk space to that. Now let's go to networking support. And I can't... Can you really not make TCP/IP support a module? It will enlarge your kernel by 400 kilobytes. Crud. Can I make all the Ethernet... Alright, hold on. Let's see how much I can... Can we make this a module? No, you can't make this a module. Alright, let's go... Alright, so let's make that a module. Let's make all these modules. At least the ones I can. I have that distinct feeling, because if we need 400 kilobytes to get TCP/IP support, I think we're screwed. Let's see what we're down to. The problem is I need to have more network support in the kernel unless I patch the bootloader to put to load the kernel from multiple disks. I am starting to think maybe doing a live CD might be a smarter idea, because I can at least fit more on a CD, because then I can ship a floppy disk with ISO-Linux, and that would get you over the boot hump. Or I could ship Loadlin or something of equivalent, and then just do a Linux from scratch for the 486. I kind of wanted to stay with floppy disk, but if we do a live CD, I could add X. Like, we could actually have a full graphical environment. Byron, it's been going up and down. Let's put it like that. All right, let me see here. Did it get... It didn't get much smaller, which is unfortunate. All right, let's hear. What else can we jettison? Because there's got to be more we can jettison. All the net vendor stuff just enables other config options. Doesn't actually add anything to the kernel, as far as I remember. The problem is we added the entire netlink thing, which basically gives you layer 2 support. We haven't even added layer 3, and we're running out. We don't have the space. Oh, no, we got it running on a 486. I had to patch some bugs, but I did get it running on a 486. Alright, you know what? Maybe it's time we lower our standards for success. What I had wanted to do is I wanted to be able to load up links and an SSL stack, but I don't think that's going to work. BPF has to be enabled for network devices, unfortunately. Chad, I have an idea percolating in my brain. Like, I actually do have an idea percolating in my brain. Alright, so we're not going to be able to get... I'm going to walk a little bit in my apartment because I need to brainstorm here. We're not going to be able to get a TCP IP stack on a single floppy disk. It's just too big. We could get another application, though, on there. We have about, without networking, we have about 200 kilobytes free before compression. You can't get NetHack. It won't fit. I could put Rogue on there, as well as Rogomatic, which was the original, like, one of the earliest AI examples ever to be created. The problem is, the N has no official meaning. It originally came from a, it was something that happened, you know, from a discussion with a friend, and it just became, NCommander, because the character that, it wasn't Dungeons and Dragons, it was, I think it was just a standard roleplay, and that's where the name came. It's from when I was 14. But the N has no official meaning. I mean, we're looking at 400 kilobytes. Like, let's just actually see what it comes down to. If we add a TCP/IP support to the kernel, what does the base image become? Because the base image exceeds 1.3 or 1.4 kilobytes. We're not going to be able to fit anything else on there. Let's see here. K-Panic, I like that answer. N stands for NCommander. It really is just a name I picked when I was 14. I had an earlier handle before that, but it was a little bit too childish. And I was using NCommander on Freenode when I started getting involved in Ubuntu development. From there, I used it within Canonical, although obviously all my official stuff came from an @canonical.com email address. I semi-retired it in 2014, and this is actually what became the NCommander YouTube channel. Is actually my third attempt at making a YouTube channel. I'm looking at all those files. There's no way this is going to fit. .3 megabytes. Like, maybe we could squeeze it out, barely. I would probably have to patch in support for changing the floppy. I've already made them modules. There's also an appeal of just keeping it a single floppy disk. Yeah, Kernel's gone chunky over the years. But my brain right now is sort of thinking, what if we put Rogue on it? If we put Rogue, like the original BSD games Rogue, Rogomatic, BusyBox, Kernel 6.4, yeah, I'm thinking, oh, I apologize for that. I really do need to fix the Streamlabs setup. I keep forgetting to do that. No, we could definitely get Rogue on a floppy. We could definitely get Rogue on a floppy. Hold on. So this is something we looked at during the post-ix stream. There is the BSD games collection. And it's... I wonder how many of these we could actually fit on a single floppy disk. We could definitely get Rogue. Although it's not actually here. Wasn't there a BSD version of Rogue? Like, I'm near certain there was. There's Adventure. There is Hack. Hack is the predecessor to NetHack. It's essentially a clone of Rogue. Let me see here. Let me see here. Alright, so there is the source code to Rogue. What's it licensed under? It's Berkeley. It's free clause Berkeley, so I can redistribute that. The thing is, Cryo, I kind of like the idea of having it on a second on one floppy, like. Yeah, so there's an updated copy of Rogue here that should be able to build on semi-modern systems. So the question now becomes, what does it actually require? Like, let's take a look at the source code. Because this needs end curses, we're kind of screwed, but I don't think it will. Maybe it does need end curses. Hold on, let me look at the make file. The make file will be more accurate. It does need end curses, or at least a curses library, but let me roll back the kernel config. I probably should have stashed that instead. Let me see how much disk space we have to work with. Uh, 1.4 megabytes. There's probably going to be boot issues if I try and use a DMF floppy. Like, if I'm really going to do networking on something like this, I'd almost want to do something like OS 9 or VxWorks, assuming I could get a license for VxWorks. I actually wonder what Wind River Systems would charge me. You know, now I just need to look because I'm curious. VxWorks licensing cost. $18,500 a seat. Nope, that ain't happening. Right, so with no floppy disk driver, or sorry, with no networking, we have 145 kilobytes free before compression. So now the question becomes, how big is ncurse? You know what? I probably don't even have ncurses installed. Okay, apparently I do have ncurses installed. Alright, let me see here. Just to give me an idea of the size I am working with. 155 kilobytes, but that's obviously not compiled for size. Also, it's 64-bit, which means it's going to have larger pointer size inherently. So, if we compile Rogue, what does that work out to be? Like, if I grab that copy of Rogue I just found on GitHub. Again, let me set C flags. Again, this is just giving me an idea of what I have to work with. Okay, let's call it 300 kilobytes for the set. Yeah, and that's Rogue working. I wouldn't even need BusyBox if I start Rogue. I could just literally have it boot into Rogue. Which means, realistically speaking, I have about 400 kilobytes to play with. I was considering going to DEF CON, but money's kind of tight at the moment. I could code in a floppy switch. Like, let me take a look. Let's find the commit in the Linux kernel that removed, Linux kernel remove int ramf at, let me find the change log. Linux change log. It's probably in the Linux kernel source code. Sorry, my brain is... There's been mood whiplash today. Oh, is maybe the changelog is not kept here. Also, that is just to check out the tarball. Wait, no, there is no changes. I'm sorry if I'm kind of stuck here, chat, but we're kind of at a decision point, and I have to decide if I want to go with my original goal of loading up a network driver, or if I want to go something simpler that keeps it on one disk. Because ultimately speaking, I do want to put this on a floppy and sell a limited number of copies. If I only have it as one disk, it's considerably simpler. Well, we already have it booting off a floppy disk. It's using syslinux, which, if I fix Lilo, which is causing me indigestion thinking about it, although I guess I don't have to make it a reproducible build. I could do it as a one-off in a VM. Problem is, Lilo isn't smart enough to handle the disk switch. Yeah, the only way we could do it is with a supplemental disk. And a minimal int binary that loads the second disk. It's the only way it could be done. Problem is, I wouldn't even be able to compress the binaries that I need. Well, I guess I could. I could build a freestanding CPIO. Like, that shouldn't be that hard. Like, how big is CPIO? 158 kilobytes. I'm assuming the BusyBox, if I only build BusyBox with CPIO, alright, you know what? I gotta find out for my own sake. Let's do make BusyBox config. Let's get rid of everything in BusyBox except CPIO and LZMA. I'm not even gonna have mount. Alright, so everything is going away. Get rid of tar. CPIO. Like, all of this goes away. Actually, CP would be kind of nice. Oh, no, I can still do it with CPIO alone. I literally need 2 binaries. That's all I actually need. Like, how small can we actually get it? Well, I might as well leave clear. Oh, well, you know, it doesn't matter. Because if I can just get those 2 binaries, I can call them with exec, and it will make my life at least simpler. It won't make it easy, but it will make it simpler. Right, if we do that, how small does it get? We are compiling for size, and I'm using muscle C. 113 kilobytes. Okay, it's gotta be able to get smaller than that. Oh, you know why? Hold on. It's probably keeping a bunch of stuff that it doesn't need. Oh no, it's still building ash in. Hold on. Did I not disable that? What? I think I made it too small, chat. I don't think you're supposed to turn off all those things. Size of array is negative. I think I made it too small. Okay. I probably have to turn something back on, but... probably need some of these. Oh yeah, you're right. I probably just have to nuke the build here. You know, that's... Boom. Alright, I have to fix the stamp. Well, okay, that's building. No, it does not like that. Alright, well, that's why we have source control. Let's try that again. I'd still have to figure out how to... Actually, you know what? I'm probably going to use tar just for the fact it's going to be a little bit easier to make not pretty, but if I just do tar by itself, I can do it all as a single command. I don't have to deal with piping, which was nice. Alright, there it all goes away. I will, if we can get the shell, it would make my life easier, but we don't technically need it. Let me just see what it gets down to if I just cut off everything but the very base shell. Because then I can just do this as a shell script, which at least will simplify things. Alright, let's see what that gets down to. We have dev tempfs, so we should have some bits. Oh, wow, I am tired. Alright, what is it down to? $108 kilobytes, which would leave 1.2. If we use Lilo, that would leave 1.3 megabytes available for the main kernel, approximately. Before we do that, and make a copy of that, let me see if we can turn the shell off, although it does make my life considerably easier having it. Like, there is a limit to how much I am willing to torture myself on this project. Because we have XZ, we have LZMA. We have tar. I could just write a tar file. The Nexus, we've discussed it a few times. Apparently a bunch of BIOSes can't start from one of those disks. So the basic boot floppy, and Microsoft did ship the boot floppies without DMF. What happens if I disable the shell? Does it break? No, it does compile. So what does that get us down to? 75 kilobytes. Really, 75 kilo? Well, you know what? That makes sense because it has to have LZMA support. The strobe effect just happens every time I type. Let me put the shell back on because I need to see what the system actually has on it. Like, can I actually get a second more specifically, can I read a floppy disk? That's more what I need. I need a utility. So let me grab DD. I literally only need tar now that I think about it. I don't even need a file system. Although it would be nice. It's only when I turn off or on option the BusyBox menu you config. It's just how it works. I see the flashes myself. Oh, right. We don't have an int program. We need one of those. We do have an int program. What? Dev tempfs error mounting /2, and then it jettisoned the kernel. No working int found. What happened? Like, well, they didn't make a link for int. That's part of the problem. So, you know what? If I get rid of the messages, we can even get it smaller. Oh, that problem came back. Well, at least now I know one of the options that probably causes it. Yeah, I'm not sure which one causes it, but... Well, there is an int. There is a proc. But this doesn't feel any different than what we just built. Yeah, I did see you can configure the install location, but I don't mind copying it by hand. Because if we do go to 2 floppy disks, we could fit quite a bit more on there. I haven't looked into UPX yet. I probably should, but I am getting pretty close to my limit. Alright, let's see if this boots. Why is it jettison? Alright, let me... Or is there something wrong with the RAM disk? Maybe the RAM disk isn't working? Mount root, tempfs read-only file system, error mounting. Maybe something's wrong with the RAM disk. You know, actually, we haven't tested it since I fiddled the compression options. I don't know if I'm going to say I made good progress. I feel like I'm just trying to kill the same 3 bugs over and over again, and my brain is starting to leak. I'm going to take a break here in a little bit for another 5 to 10 minutes, because I need to kind of mull where we're going to go from here. Because we can decompress more into the RAM disk. That's a good thing. Alright, let me see if I completely broke the install. Lucy in chat, that's a good point. Like I said, I don't even technically need a shell. As long as I have tar sitting there on the file system, I could literally write a statically linked system C program that prints a couple messages out, and then and then just executes tar directly to decompress from the second disk. I then can call exec ev to pivot pid1 into the new int binary. So it's entirely doable. No, I definitely broke something. I definitely broke something. Alright. We lost a few settings here. Oh, I know what broke. Or at least I know part of what broke. You go away. You go away. You we use. Yeah, it helps if you support your decompression methods. We can mount anywhere. We can mount anything to anything, and I just did a few. I just did the professor from Futurama. I'm the professor. I can wire anything to anything. Well, I don't know if that message did or didn't exist about XZ, but I did fix a thing that was broken. So let's see if we can actually boot into this. If we use Lilo and we have the minimal boot shell, the minimal BusyBox that literally just has tar in it, that gives us let's say 1.3 megabytes to play with. I think we're going to accept the fact that RAM requirements are going to be a bit high, even for even running on a period correct system. Because the second disk we can get 1.7 megabytes out of if I DMF format them, which I really don't want to do, but if I have to, I will do it. Input was encoded with settings. Oh, I saw the message. Input was encoded with settings. Maybe I can't -9 it? Hold on. To Google. How do you make a LZ RAM ZX? Oh, that's right. I remember looking this up. We just have to add check CR232. That's not what I meant to copy and paste. Yeah, chat, I am definitely reaching my limit. Toy box. I guess I could use toy box. At this point, there really isn't, and the GPL requirement of BusyBox is not that big of a deal. Plus, we're going to have to do 2 builds of BusyBox, one for the absolute minimalist one, and the larger one that will form the basis of our root file system. I am curious, and like, we could go more than 2 floppies, but I think more than 2 floppies is pushing it. That being said, it would give us quite a bit, like, we could really just keep modules on the other disk. The kernel modules we need probably won't be that big. Knock on wood. I think part of it is I spent too many hours playing Factorio yesterday. Well, I'm probably going to part of it is I woke up at like 4 a.m., 4 a.m. I don't think it was fireworks. I think I just woke up, which kind of sucks. Actually, you know what? I've got biscuits I made for breakfast left over. Let me grab one and eat. I mean, probably I don't have enough calories. It's still not working. And I didn't see the error that told me what had happened. Oh, I forgot to change the desk. It technically shouldn't matter, but I do know that 86 box sometimes holds file handles open, so... Biscuit. I could change the CPU, but I want the authentic experience. Well, once I have the network stack loaded, I can just dynamically download whatever we need. I'm still not sure what whatever we need is going to be yet. I assume there was a message there. What is going on? Like, am I doing this completely wrong? Let's see here. ZZ check CRC 32-9. That's fine. Although I probably should make the dictionary size smaller. That gets copied. Do I have the kernel config wrong? Like, did I not set that correctly? No, I've got XZ set. Yeah, I am... If chat can see my mistake... Oh, ZZ decompressor ran out of memory. Maybe we'll have to go back to bzip just for the sake of it. Actually, I am feeling a little better now that I'm eating something. You know, these would be really good with a little bit of honey. Yeah, I feel like I'm repeating myself now, but it's been a busy couple of days. I just want to try this one more time. Because the kernel is decompressing. If not, we'll go back to bzip compression, which is unfortunate, but we'll deal with it. The biggest problem is I am going to have to patch Lilo, because it means every time I change the kernel, I would have to manually create the floppy disk, which would just be... Well, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but it would be really annoying. Yeah. Alright, we can't use XZ. It was a nice idea. Surprised it really... I did see the out-of-memory message that time, although it scrolled off a little bit too fast. Fine. Let's go back to bzip. I just need to make sure we have dev fd0. And the kernel, it looks like we can keep as ZX, which I'm surprised at. Like, I feel like that we shouldn't be able to do this. Decompression is about 10% smaller with bzip 2 as compared to gzip. Uses a large amount of memories. You'll need at least 8 megabytes or more for booting. $192 kilobytes. We're really going for size more than anything else. Like, how good is Zed's STD? I think we're just going to go with bzip because we know bzip works. If I really start having to scrounge around, we could, you know what, alright, let's try it. Let's see if we can even start a kernel. Like, we have LZ0. Nope, too big. LZ4. Alright. I guess we can try it. There's no reason why we can't. Alright. So... I'm assuming it basically works the same as everything else. Like, if I... Alright, yeah, basically works the same as everything else. So... 19 apparently is the highest it goes, and we really want to get this about as small as this will get. I am actually feeling better now that I've eaten some biscuits. Disk full. Yeah, that compressed a lot worse. Like, that was considerably worse compared to the other ones. No, because it gets copied to... If you look here, it gets copied to rootfs.ram, which is a silly, entirely made up name. There's also a lot of reports that this uses a lot more memory than not, so I think we should just go back to using bzip. Like, at least bzip we understand the failure modes, and it's you're realistically you're going to need to have between 8 and 16, right? Right now it doesn't work with anything less than 32. Build floppy. We probably will come back around to using Lilo, but I'm going to have to write a patch for it, which I've already hit my limit of the number of bootloaders I'm willing to tinker with in one day. I didn't know that I had a limit. I think the goal... I have an idea for what our goal is going to be. Our goal is going to read a tar archive off a second floppy disk that has something on it. Yeah, I think bzip is just something we should accept. I mean, realistically speaking, the only people that are going to be interested in this are retro computer enthusiasts, and realistically speaking, saying that you need 16 or 32 megabytes of RAM, even though it'll work on a 486. Actually, does anyone remember offhand what LGR's wood grain 486 has? I want to say it has 16 megabytes. But I also know he didn't completely... he hasn't taken it all the way to the limit. It's not so much a limit on the amount of cursed computing I can deal with. It's the amount of dealing with masochistic C code. Like, syslinux caused me pain in places I didn't know I had. Okay, so it is booting up. Alright, so if we look in dev, we have console. That's all we have. Awesome. Alright, can we get a little bit more than that, please? That would be nice. Can I get floppy? Intel IO, like... Actually, let me see here. Floppy dot. Let me look at kconfig because I am floppy kconfig. There it is. Block dev fd. I know someone in chat said it earlier. Okay, I was really expecting us to have to turn on, like, 3 other devices, but okay. Alright, so if this works the way I expect it to work, which is always a very dangerous thing to say, we should have an FD0 when we reboot. Oh yeah, the box is back. I didn't even notice. Apparently we've gone from lamp to little white box on my desktop that we haven't figured out. I'm guessing that's DaVinci Resolve. It's the only thing that makes sense. We have dev tempfs enabled. That one I know I enabled, or I'm pretty certain I enabled it. Wow, these sandals are not even that old, and they're kind of falling apart on me. Alright. See, I don't even know if Lilo can start a BZ image. Does anyone know that offhand? I'd assume it can. Because Lilo was used for a fairly long time, and there were definitely holdouts that refused to go to Grub. Thing is, we go to 2 floppy disks. It opens interesting doors. I have to think about where we're going to go from it. Hey, Elena. We have Linux 6.4.1 running on a 486. I don't have uname. Oh, I do have uname on this one. Yeah, 6.4 running on a legitimate. When I say legitimate, we don't have proc. Oh, I know why we don't have proc. Yeah, I know exactly why. Chat. I forgot to include the mount command. Of all the things to actually forget, the mount command. Okay then. This is fine. This is fine. We won't actually need the mount command for the... I mean, you weren't here when I was screaming earlier into a pillow because I hit my rage break. You know, my anger. Like it finally happened. Something actually caused me to completely go over the edge. All right, mount. Linux system utilities. Oh, look, chat. Commands I haven't turned off yet. No, wait. We do have mount. Oh, no. Hold on. I remember what I did. I know what I did. Because we were testing it earlier, I told it to start with bin.sh. No, I rolled it back to the larger BusyBox that had a couple other utilities on it. Alright. Now the question is, can we read a floppy disk? Because ultimately, if we just need network drivers, we could pull this off. Actually, I'm curious. What's our viewer count up to? 147. Hot damn. That being said, I know YouTube's been blocking ad block as of late, but I usually don't get a whole lot of revenue off my streams. I am curious. I do have the... I'm pretty sure I have the option set that auto-monetizes it. I know ads suck, but I also have a need to eat. We could probably get more than just any 2000. Like, most of the bulk is going to be the... Oh, look, FD0. Well, that was a swing and a miss. We found the floppy drive, and we lost int. Chad, I feel like this is one of those days where it's 2 steps backwards, 2 steps forwards, 2 steps backwards, and... Yeah, no, I am building with the larger kernel.config. Like, I rolled back those changes. That should be a full-featured BusyBox. Oh, wait. Wait. I know what I did. It has to be rd-ent, sbin-ent. I can't, I don't know why that option is necessary. I don't feel like it should be, but... The white box disappears when doing a mouse over preview of other applications. It does? Well, I think it's something in the I think it's something that's attached to Explorer. I bought a pack of 50. A pack of 50 floppies. It's actually in my the bag I brought from the UPS store, and I had my USB floppy. My replacement USB floppy drive will arrive on Thursday, which means realistically I won't get it until Friday because I have to go to the UPS store for it. Because unfortunately, the mail in my apartment gets stolen. Ed, the plan was to run this on the cursed 486. The problem is I don't have a way to write a floppy at the moment. I can't find any of my USB floppy drives. I can't find my ThinkPad's AC adapter. It's like... But I am going to put... For this to run on the cursed 486, I have to put a different network card in, because the built-in one, surprisingly, does actually have a Linux driver. It doesn't work well. The cursed 486 is my only 486. I do have a trash pick Pentium that I did a stream on... Oh god, it's almost been 2 years. Yeah, no, it's almost been 2 years at this point. Jesus, how time goes by. It seems like yesterday I was going mad at my parents starting this channel. Hey, look, it booted. Look, chat! Devices! Alright. Can we actually read from the floppy? Yes, we can read from the floppy drive. This is old. This is a 380D. Okay, so that means we can, in fact, load a larger BusyBox from a floppy disk. The PS2 has a 286. So... Chat, I'm going to take a break for a little bit, and then I'm going to see if I've got any energy to keep going, because I am definitely running on mental fumes, and I'm not really certain where to take it from here. Yeah, so we can definitely read the floppy drive. So... I have surprising lack of form. Yeah, I worked in Linux professionally for many years before my health got too shitty to continue. Well, there was other factors, but that was why I didn't go back. I literally got hired out my junior year, so that's really all there is to say about it. Now, the question I have to wonder... It is read-write. It's 14 megabytes. So, if... Just out here... Let me just actually test this. Can we actually write arbitrary files to the RAM disk? I'm assuming we can. Yeah, I appreciate that. I legitimately appreciate... The problem is that I'm still doing it. I'm just doing it with vintage tech on YouTube. Because at least my... You know, at least it is less soul-crushing at the end of the day. Hey, Ninja4. So we can load more stuff off the second floppy. Alright, so let's go back to our little notepad of ideas. Let's go to plan. Let's call this plan. Let's see here. BusyBox extraction. Absolutely minimum BusyBox with just tar and a custom binary. No, we need... I technically don't need mount, but I probably... No, I'm not even going to get mount. We'll do... whatever. Load tar, compressed tar image from dev fd0 to slash... is it XVE? I don't remember which one is the basically take over this process and keep the same PID. I think it's execve. So yeah, I think we're going to have to Lilo this, unfortunately. Yeah, it did boot. It did boot. Everything is loaded into RAM. That's why it takes so long to start. It's completely loaded into RAM. I can eject the disk right now if I wanted to. And if I don't use a file system... actually, you know, we should test that. Just for the sake of testing it. Let me go to out. Let's go to... Let's just grab our int ramfs folder. So... Here. Let me make a spare copy of the of this image. So tar create we need LZM, so tar we can use bzip. So j create verbose test tar bz2. So, DDIV, test, OV, tar extract, conv, no trunk. Okay, so now, that disk image should have a raw tar file on it. So I should be able to read that into the VM. So we do tar, J, I should be able to just be able... Well, let's just see if we can read it first before we get ambitious. I mean, the drivers themselves are not the problem. The problem is the TCP/IP stack is 400 kilobytes by itself. Chat, that is us loading files off a different floppy disk. It can be done. Yeah, it's... There's part of me that is still tempted to do the rogue floppy instead of going with a 2 floppy solution. But if for style points, if nothing else, all right, let's take this a bit further. Let's actually take this a bit further. Let me commit our work where we are right now, just so we don't lose it. Commit. Okay. Let's go back to using the mini, the absolute mini, BusyBox config. I don't think this one even had an int binary on it though. Make BusyBox menu config. I mean, we could make it download, you know, shit, that I just had an idea and I don't know if I hate it or I love it. I can't chat. I had one of those ideas. We could download Doom on the fly. That could be the whole point of this exercise. 2 floppy disks, and it downloads Doom and runs it on your 486. We could use SVGA lib for it. I don't know if I actually... My brain is thinking about this in all the wrong ways. SDL does support SVGA lib. The Doom port isn't the hard part. That one's a solved problem. I could do it myself if it absolutely comes down to it. It's not a big deal. Good lord, that is probably the stupidest thing I could possibly do. Literally download Doom on the... Oh my... I could even have it... Chat... Okay, I'm going to take a break for... Okay, I'm going to take a break until 2:10 because I need to let this gremlin chew on my brain for a little bit because I legitimately have to think about this. This is the type of horrible idea that leads to a pinball video. Yeah, so I'm going to go AFK. I'll be back in a little bit. I'll be back after I get a little bit of sunlight and make sure I'm not completely going mad. Okay, chat, I'm back. Oh, also, I realized I missed some tips. It was a few hours ago, so I apologize for that. Ed, thank you for the $5 tip, and 486 Linux has been fun. System Chris, thank you for the $5 tip. Anonymous, 10 floppies of... I don't get that one. And I did respond to the Nexus. Okay. Alright, I'm back. So this was the absolute... So I had two bad ideas when I was downstairs. Not one, but two. My first one was, how hard would it be to just re-add support for booting the Linux kernel directly off a floppy disk, so I wouldn't have to deal with Lilo? I don't think that's either a really good idea or a really bad idea. I don't know when it got removed. Like, let me look at the history for the Linux kernel, because at this point, I'm not sure I can I have to look at the restrictions on redistributing Doom 1.wad. I may not be able to ship that. It is shareware, but there are its requirements may not let me actually do that. That being said, I could just ask John Carmack if I can get a license to do so. He had Alright. I want to check something. Boot header.h. So when was that changed in the kernel to remove? Because if I can just load it directly off the floppy, I don't need a file system. I literally just need a way to chuck the kernel into memory and start it. So, all right, let's look at Linus's tree, because Linus's tree will have the Git history. x86. Boot.header. I'm assuming this doesn't particularly change all that much. Alright, look at history. Calculate decompression size during boot, not build. I think I'm still better off using Lilo, because I'm pretty sure my brain will completely explode if I have to deal with is the header, it's here, mold setup.h. Yeah, because like back in these days it still had a whole bunch of code to do this. When was this actually removed? This was removed a long time ago, wasn't it? Or it was in a different file and I'm looking in the wrong place. Well, this version of the kernel still had FD image on it. Alright, that's a thing to look into for another day. They removed... Okay, so if it was floppy booting, yeah, it just yells at you. me see if I can find the license file for Doom. Doom 1 WAD shareware license. I know that most Linux distributions don't ship it. Okay, here it is. Here's the license. Limited use license, grant of license, shareware version of episode 1 of the game for purposes of use, means loads of RAM installed on the hard drive. You may not modify, translate, disassemble, that's fine. The Doom shareware WAD is freely redistributable. Okay, so I can in fact ship the WAD. Or I can at least make it downloadable. I don't have to worry about it. You can't modify it, which is why most Linux distributions don't ship it out of the box. But as we're going to ship it as is. We just ship doom1.wad. So the idea is not completely impossible. I have to think, alright. It means that we would have to have frame buffer support in the kernel fully working. I assume that it would be svga lib. So SDL can use svga lib as a video driver. The question is, I don't know if svga lib still works on modern Linux kernels. It used to do some pretty... It does some pretty low-level stuff that I don't know still works. I have it up on the second monitor. Oh, wait, you're responding to Generic Gamer. Now, the question is, I'm not sure that you could actually get Doom to run well on a 486. Obviously, Doom for DOS works fine, but Linux is a preemptive multitasking system. You're going to lose about 20% of your system performance just because it's multitasking, even though it's not doing a whole lot. It is entirely doable. I would have to have a network driver. I would have to have TCP/IP. Once we reboot, or once we load the second disk, I could download the Doom Doom port and the Doom1.wad and load into it. That is completely doable. Because if I don't need, because it's not going to be a changing target, I could basically just hardcode in the SHA-1 hash or SHA-256 hash and compare that. So I wouldn't need TLS support. I would just need TCP/IP4. I could then put the files on somewhere that is accessible with basic HTTP and download it on the fly. That saves me 300 kilobytes because I don't need Wolf TLS, or sorry, Wolf SSL. So it really would just come down to getting the kernel of networking to fit on a disk, or writing a new bootloader that can load the kernel across 2 disks. I mean, actually, that isn't even all that hard. Syslinux is in C. If we stay using Syslinux, I could probably patch it in pretty easily. Because ultimately speaking, let's take a look at how Syslinux actually loads files. I'm assuming it's using int13. Let's see here. Let's look at core. Yeah, so it has libfat there, so it should be able to basically load arbitrary amounts of data off that. So if we look at where it... boot from local disk. Okay, so that just loads the boot sector. That's not what I'm looking for. Chat, it could be done. And for the life of me, I'm trying to convince myself not to do it, because this is a horrible idea. So where does it load the kernel? Let me get grep out. Reconfig boot. Like, where is it loaded into memory? Like, let me look exactly how this works. Because ultimately speaking, I would just need to add a little bit of code that just basically loads each piece into memory, and I just have to split it into two parts. Reconfig PCI LD Linux. I'm guessing LD Linux is what it actually needs to use. Com32 Elflink LD Linux. Yeah, Linux loader, that actually makes sense. Now that I'm starting to get the hang of this code base. So where is that in the source code? That was in Com32 Elflink LD Linux. FD image, bin, pixie, okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Attempt to load the kernel, virtual kernel. Well, ideally we don't have to patch the bootloader, but it is an option if it really comes down to it. Replacing the TCP IP stack with a packet socket saves. We would need to, no, we would need a TCP IP stack. It doesn't pay to do that, because the TCP IP stack can't be loaded as a module. It's either compiled in or, wait, let me confirm that fact. Why does else? Oh, maybe because this is. Oh, right, because it's Windows subsystem for Linux. Duh. I don't have a copy of Ubuntu handy, and I don't really feel like installing it. What is mboot? Oh, that's for loading multi-boot kernels. So if you want to load herd off syslinux, you could do it with that. Yeah, I am actually thinking, like, it would basically be... It would be the continuation of getting Doom to run on things that Doom should not run on, and the idea of having Doom run without a hard drive is kind of amusing to me. It'd also be really neat for setting up netplay, because you just load off a bunch of disks. I was seeing if network support has to be loaded as compiled in, and I think it does. Like, I can't imagine that that could work as a module. I'm not going to do herd on a floppy, at least not this year. Maybe when I start running out of other ideas, or I just want to stab myself in the head. Either or. Because herd is fascinating for all the wrong reasons. I did a stream on it, and I've actually even written code for it in a lifetime ago. I think I'm going to get. I'm ready to wrap this up, because at this point, the largest problem with running Doom in this configuration is how do you handle audio, because there's no way we'll get ULSA. Even if we had ULSA, I wouldn't want to try and support old does ULSA even support Sound Blasters anymore? Like, serious question. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you can't dynamically load. We would need the TCP/IP stack in the kernel if you really wanted to do this, which is 400 kilobytes. Poof. That being said, we could just barely fit it in there. The problem with downloading a new kernel is, well, you could theoretically kexec. I don't even want. I've had kexec go belly up on modern hardware. I don't even want to think about what it would do on a 486. OSS is no longer in the kernel. Even if it was, well, I do know for a fact that Chocolate Doom opens up, tries to talk to an AdLib OPL chip directly. I'm pretty sure ULSA can be loaded as a module. I'm almost certain that that one I don't have to bake in. I could load it in as modules. So, loading doom1.wad, downloading a copy of Doom, that's conceivably 8 megabytes by itself in terms of dead storage. We need 4 megabytes for the kernel, so let's say 12. Add another one for the modules and everything else we have in RAM. Yeah, the minimum requirements is realistically going to be 32 megabytes of RAM. You might be able to do it in 24, but just putting everything, all the stuff on the RAM drive is going to be like 16 megabytes. I don't want to try and run Pulse Audio on a 486. Oh god, the idea of trying to run Pulse Audio on a 486 is just like hell incarnate. Like, one of the very first bugs I had to deal with working on Ubuntu was trying to figure out why Pulse Audio did not work well on ARM, and that left memories. TechFlash, I had that idea. We need a little bit more than... We can download the rest of it, but we still need a bit more than just the TCP/IP stack. We would basically need a binary that would be able to load and download the rest of it, and there are headaches with doing that. If Pulse Audio on a 486 wouldn't be bad, that would be OSS on AIX levels of disaster, except worse. Chat, I really wish this idea would leave my brain, because I'm still considering it. Alright, so if that is actually where we're going to take this project... Because my original idea was to run Lynx, but running Doom is a lot more impressive and horrific. Technically speaking... Because iPixie can only fit one driver on it, which is the problem. I can have multiple drivers running with Linux fairly easily. Well, Matt, we're near the end of this one because I am running out of steam. I'm mentally figuring out if downloading and loading Doom is a good idea or not. Well, no, it's not a good idea, but it might be an interesting one. Like, how big is Doom.1 WAD? It's not that big. I know that it fit on 2 floppy disks with, I don't know if they use zip or arc, but I do know the shareware edition was 2 floppy disks. I think it's 4 or 6 when installed. Yep. Ring-tailed fox. No, with iPixie, you had to use... Here, I can actually show that. Because I had that fought myself, and I ruled it out because... With iPixie... Let's see here. Or maybe it has changed, but I thought you had to do ROM-O-Matic for iPixie. Like, if we want to download iPixie, you can chain load it. The thing is that most 486s will not have a Pixie implementation. Pixie wasn't standardized until 1997. And even then, it wasn't a standard feature until many years later, because the generic iPixie thing depends on the existing Pixie ROM to be there. There is a way to burn it into ROM. That's this here, the iPixie ROM. And you need to build for your specific network card. You have to know the PCID, blah, 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 blah. So that's really not realistic because I would need a different floppy disk for every type of image, and it's also a whole lot less interesting. Because, well, I'm just mentally... I'm doing the mental arithmetic for myself, but... Yeah, it would you'd have to put it in an expansion ROM, and that's probably a bridge too far. Like, having a floppy disk and having a network card is one thing, because you can run it... You'll be able to run it on later systems. 486 would just be the absolute minimum. We've talked about doing a 486. I have an external CD-ROM drive I could use with it, although I've never successfully used the SCSI interface of that machine. What's plop? I've never heard of that one. But if we're going to go burning into ROMs, it's getting away from the spirit of this. Because my original idea was to successfully run links with TLS support. But downloading Doom on the fly sounds a lot more interesting. Yeah, but the thing is, Rebbycraft, I'm sorry if I butchered that. It still requires there to be a Pixie ROM present because it chain loads off the Pixie ROM. See, it says here that if you have a large number of machines that already have a Pixie implementation, which rules out anything pre-1997 and realistically rules out most machines prior to 2005. There's a couple of things I could load off the network. But we still need to be able to get to... we still have to actually get the network stack loaded. Because, I mean, we could... The other option I was thinking about is... Manager. Let's see if I can find a screenshot of it. Manager window system. It was it was a competitor to X. Yeah, here it is, Manager. It doesn't have any screenshots though. The only time I've ever seen it is actually on the AT&T Unix PC. There's probably a few other machines that can run it. Oh, it also can run... Interesting, it can also run... Let's see here. You know, it's always a risk clicking external links on Wikipedia, just in case they don't go to where you think they go anymore. Yeah, here it is. There are screenshots on here. Yeah, so this is what Manager looks like, and this is... You may have... This looks a lot like SunOS. I've seen the version on AT&T Unix PC before. It could be loaded. Like, how much are the binaries? Like, Manager server binary for Spark, 71 kilobytes. Solaris port. Huh. x86. I do wonder how hard it would be to actually get Manager going again. Oh, here it is. So it used libbitblit. Once ported to Solaris and started part for Spark Linux. This might be actually something worth trying to run and giving up on networking, because if this really compiles down to... If we can actually get this running on a 486, I mean, a full graphical Linux environment... Because ultimately, if it downloads stuff off the network, it is kind of cheating. I would prefer to keep it off floppy disks. It's an idea. It's here. So there is a manager how-to at the Linux documentation project. So is there anything useful in this file? How much does it take to compile? Linux color mode port can do VGA, can do standard VGA modes. Source is about 4.5 megabytes. If you want to install everything, binaries, fonts, man pages, it needs 7 megabytes. Presumably you can get smaller, because we did see that the SunOS port was basically nothing. It would also support Hercules, EGA, VGA, and SVGA. I mean, 8 megabytes. The only file requires the server itself. Terminal emulators. Cut and pasting mouse, no nice clocks, extra fonts or graphics. Monochrome server needs about 200 kilobytes of RAM. I think I'm going to put this to a vote for the community. Like, I probably will put this as a poll. I think I've hit my limit, though, so I think we're going to wrap it up here. So I'll give last minutes for questions before I shut the stream down. But it is definitely been an experience. I am sort of torn between downloading Doom on the fly and loading Manager and basically having a full UI up and running. Probably would just be a matter of fixing the lib bitblit stuff, because I don't know if it still works. I did a little bit of work on the video this morning, but Ring-tailed Fox, we can get it. We can just barely fit in a network stack. There isn't a whole lot. We could definitely get it. It's just going to be it's going to be a very tight fit. I think that's going to be the goal for the next stream, to see if we can successfully very successful at getting networking going off floppy disk Linux, because we're going to have to use Lilo for that, and that means I have to spin up a VM and make disk images. Because if we can, in fact, get the network stack going, then that opens a lot of other doors. If we can't, then we have to retarget our expectations. But it did seem like we could get the kernel to successfully fit on one floppy disk with... Wow, sorry, my brain is kind of struggling at the moment. Oh, wait a minute, I just had an idea. I actually just had an idea. If we're going to ship 2 floppy disks, we could put the kernel on a DMF floppy disk and put the bootloader on syslinux. You'd have to do extra disk swaps, but we could start from the RAM disk drive. It would have the bootloader. You put the kernel disk in, which gives you 1.7 megabytes for the kernel binary, and then put the RAM disk, put the other disk back in to start up. It's not ideal, but it would give us a little bit more space to play with. Because with 1.7 megabytes, we should be able to get the stack in, but that's a last resort. Because ultimately speaking, we're not going to need everything on the other disk if we have... We're not going to need a whole lot on the second disk if we have the network stack, because we can just download what we need from a known good server. I would have to patch syslinux to do that, and I'm already having pain from having done syslinux the previous time, but I do think that is in fact doable, so let me think about this. Let's set the goals for the next stream, because this stream was supposed to be debugging 86 box, and obviously that didn't happen because the problem got fixed. So regardless of what we're going to do next stream, can we get TCP IP plus a module support loaded from a floppy disk, probably using Lilo? It still has the problem that we would still need some sort... We probably would have... We would still need to have a RAM disk on that start kernel. There's no way around it. I have it all in Git, so I'm not worried about it. We can recreate it whenever we need to. If we can't get TCP IP support going, then a bunch of ideas go up in smoke, and then we figure out where to go. But I'm sort of... I am sort of liking the idea of having Manager, Links, and WolfSSL load from 2 floppy disks. Well, our kernel right now, with pretty much no code, no functionality in it, is about 700 kilobytes compressed. When we added the network stack earlier, it ballooned up to 1.2 megabytes. But we also know at this point how we can cut BusyBox down the side. I could create a custom bootloader, but it's a lot easier said than done because the kernel completely ripped out support for dynamically loading the RAM disk from a floppy. I think it's gotta be 2 floppy disks minimum, but pretty much anything period correct was 2 floppy disks minimum. Like SLS had a kernel and a RAM disk to start its installer. And SLS supported NFS on that setup, so if it wasn't for the fact that I want to use a modern kernel, I would actually have a lot more room to work with, but we are confined. Yeah, I think the next stream is we're going to try to get the network stack going. Because if we can get the network stack going, at that point, the sky's the limit. Especially if we can also load Manager, Links, and Wolf SSL off 2 disks. Because then you're not depending on a third-party server to download Doom. We could support downloading Doom on the fly. We probably could patch syslinux to be able to load, Darko, we're at the end of this one. I'm basically at the end of this. We're mostly discussing where to take it, because we learned a lot from this experience. We know at this point, we now have it working on a 486. We know for a fact that we can load additional files with a minimum BusyBox. We're still going to have to do work on that, but completely doable. That's just the 86 box icon. That's the actual icon that they ship. We know we can get BusyBox going. We still need to write a custom. We're probably going to need to deal with a custom int of some sort, which is probably going to be a coding exercise in pain, but it's probably not as bad as I think it's going to be. Hopefully, I won't have to scream into the pillow again. Yeah, I think we've got a goal. I think we've got a goal for the next stream is TCP/IP and module support. Because if we can load modules and then have mod probe on the RAM disk, we could dynamically load network drivers on the fly. So we could basically ship as many as we can fit. In this case, it probably would just be NE2000 and the FreeCom ones if we stayed to ISA. But if we could add some PCI ones, it would be nice. But I question if we really have the space to do so. We also know for a fact that we are basically limited to bzip images, which puts an upper limit of how much we can actually fit, which is unfortunate. I don't normally do that, but dealing with syslinux just made me want to scream, and I thought it would have been fun. I thought it was funny. Well, TechFlash, we're not actually looking for basic console. I think I remember you posting that, or someone posted a minimum int a few weeks ago, or a few days ago. Wow, time be like. All right, I think we're at that point. So this is your host, NCommander, signing out. Wishing you all a pleasant evening. Let me look. Actually, let me look at the calendar. Okay, calendar. Unauthorized changes blocked. I don't want to know why that happened. I think we'll either stream on Friday or Saturday. I have some things I need to do in MeetSpace, so I don't think I'm going to stream on Thursday. But I think we'll stream again on Friday or Saturday, and then I'll probably do another Factorio stream on it, just to keep it intermixed, because this is fun, but it's also a lot of brain work. Once I know for sure that's the date, I normally try and schedule my streams 24 hours in advance. I haven't been holding to that as of late because I've basically been taking advantage of the fact that I've had energy. So, until next time, this is your host, NCommander, signing out, wishing you all